Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance is celebrating our 130th anniversary this summer with surprises, animal birthday parties, giveaways, live music, and more. Get tickets at denverzoo.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Humble bragging.
I slept great until I got up this morning at my accustomed time of 3:45 to get ready for this extravaganza.
Bitter jealousy.
We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true. That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent.
And timeless Friday traditions.
I'm like, let's go. Let's get the party started. I'm ready to go.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy Friday. It's Will Peterson in for Mike Evans, hanging out with Brandon Stokley. What up, Stoke?
Hey, buddy.
How are you, man?
I'm sore.
Yeah?
A little sore. Knees, ankles, feet, neck, back. A little bit of everything. But no, overall doing okay. Yeah, doing okay. It was a fun day yesterday. And raised a lot of money for a great cause and played a lot of golf. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, but it's a long day. You know, you're talking about 10 hours, pretty much nonstop golf. I mean, you were there, and so we're just kind of rolling from 118 to the next 18, not stopping much at all. And so it's just it's nonstop, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you guys played 100 holes of golf yesterday for Recruiting Classroom up there at Todd Creek. You're right. I was doing the afternoon show with Philip Lindsay. Saw you guys roll through a handful of times. Both you and Zach raised well north of $6,000. So congratulations. That's awesome. Going to a very good cause. What's your mindset, man, when you get to – what hole do you get to and you're like, oh, baby, this is going to be a long day? Because I assume those first 18 you're just going on adrenaline.
Yeah, it's great. It's easy. You're feeling good. And then – probably around hole 60 is when you start to feel it, right around 60. And that is what, like the third or fourth, 18, 36, 54. Yeah, a little bit after that third round is when you start to really feel it. But, you know, I was surprised that, you know, feels like almost that Evans and Schlereth played 100 holes of golf because they're not even working today. I don't know if that drive to Todd Creek was a little bit long for them, but they took. I should be taking the day off today, right?
You're
to
on to
rest,
something.
Recover, but those guys are no showing today. But I appreciate you. You're going back-to-back duty, doing the drive, and then turning right around and doing the morning show. That's the equivalent of playing 100 holes of golf right there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, Mike and Mark, you know, they rolled out of there, 10:01 yesterday? Started their weekend?
Yeah.
You were on hole 24 at 10:01?
Exactly. Grinding. So, yeah, appreciate you stepping up and filling in. It's going to be a fun show. I mean, all kind of news was happening yesterday. I'm like, wait, what happened? What happened? Because you're not following much at all.
Right.
And then y'all were filling me in after the 100 holes of what went down yesterday in the sports world. I was like, wow, a lot happened.
Yeah, normally on June 11th, you don't expect a ton of headlines. It's kind of the slow time, but we had 3 huge headlines yesterday in Denver sports. Number 1, Sean Payton gets his old contract ripped up, gets a new one, 5-year deal that ties him with George Payton through 2030 with the Denver Broncos.
So what they did is, you said they just ripped his contract up, right?
Correct.
And ripped his contract up, right?
Correct.
And then just gave him a new 5-year contract. So it wasn't a 5-year extension because he had 2 years left. So he would have been under contract for 7 years. So him and George Payton are kind of same length of contract.
They're tied
moving
together.
forward,
Yep.
which is great. I think that's awesome because, Evans brought it up, and Mark was giving him a hard time, but he was actually right. If Davis Webb goes out this year and is awesome at being an offensive coordinator, and they have a great year, the talk in the offseason would be, well, let's replace Sean Payton with Davis Webb. We don't want to lose this upcoming, offensive genius to a head coaching job on another team. He's younger, and him and Bo have a great relationship. So that would have been the talk this offseason. Not now. Not with the new contract for Sean Payton. So I think that's a great job. Reward Sean Payton for what he's done. And you put him and George Payton together lengthwise with their contract. And so, no, I love it. I love it. Reward him. He deserves it. And he's brought this franchise back from a long, terrible run that they were on. And now look at where the Broncos are, just playing in the AFC Championship game. They've changed the culture. This team has turned over, and it's a totally different look and feel with that organization since Sean Payton has taken over and been the head coach.
Yeah, you look at it. His first year goes 8-9 with a QB he doesn't like and a quarterback who doesn't like the head coach in Russell Wilson. Cuts him, takes on the largest dead cap in NFL history. Goes 10-7 the following year with a rookie QB. That climb begins. You go to Buffalo, you play a playoff game. You were competitive for 2.5 quarters in that game, and then you get blown out the rest of the way. That's fine. Rookie QB, you made the playoffs for the first time since Super Bowl 50. And then the next year, you go 14-3. As you outline, you make the AFC title game, and if your QB doesn't break his ankle, you're probably playing in the Super Bowl. So the graph, if you will, of Sean Payton is just going like this. It's just, on a total upward trend. I don't have any issue with this at all. I think it was a brilliant move by Greg Penner to say, let's tie George and Sean together. Let's rip up the old deal, because I'm with you. We don't need any 7-year extensions. But if we take the 2 off, and now they're both here through 2030, I think the Broncos are set up to hoist Lombardi between now and 2030.
Well, that would be nice. What do you make of the Davis Webb situation and the possibility that was there at the end of the year if they had a great run with him as offensive coordinator? Are you glad that's done with? Are you going to be in a situation where if he does do well, we don't want to lose him?
Right. The whole head coach in waiting thing is kind of what some of the chatter had been. If he's really this boy genius, Sean Payton's 62, he could take over. I think yesterday's news is what you're getting at, is that Davis Webb isn't going to be the head coach of the Denver Broncos.
Exactly.
Because if he has success, he's not waiting until 2030 to take this thing over. He'll be gone in 27 or 28, a head coach somewhere else.
Are you okay with that?
I am, because we don't know what Davis Webb is yet. There's a lot of hype around Davis Webb. He could be great. He could. But do we know that Davis Webb is the next Sean McVay? No, we have no evidence of that. At least not yet. How about you?
No, I agree with you. I want to lock down Sean Payton. We know who he is. And if Davis Webb ends up being this great offensive coordinator, it is what it is, and he'll get a head coaching job somewhere else. But I'm good with our coach and what he's done here in his history. Let's just go with the known.
What's Sean Payton saying about his extension? He met with the media shortly after we got the news. Plus, late last night, some more charges come down against Jonathan Cooper. We'll fill you in on both things coming up next.
Is Evan Ingram playing for more than just a Super Bowl in 2026.
This guy not only playing for maybe the future of his time in Denver, I mean, at this point on the side of 30 that he's on, if he doesn't show something this year, who wants Evan Ingram? I think Evan Ingram might be playing for his NFL life this season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. You know summer's around the corner, and what does that mean? That means your air conditioner is going to be blowing 24/7. And you know what that means? That means dust and debris in the air. Hey, you clean your floors, you clean your counters, you clean your closets, but what about your air? Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews, and they're recommended by more contractors than anybody else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt and debris that other companies leave behind. Before your AC runs all season long, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Go to ductworks.com or just call them at 303-425-0985.
303-425-0985.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Looking for a way for your hard-earned money to work hard for you? Open a 13-month CD at 4.01% APY from End Credit Union, soon to be Wings Credit Union. With a minimum deposit of only $500, a 13-month term, and a guaranteed annual percentage yield of 4.01%, your future self will thank you. But hurry, this special rate is only for a limited time. Get started today at ent.com/CD special. Rate accurate as of June 1st, 2026 and subject to change without notice. Insured by NCUA.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand, from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. See the selection at GrooveToyota.com. More than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certified. Reserve your vehicle now at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 6/7/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is the time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Imperfect analogies.
But Mark is not inferring that Bo Nix is a serial killer.
Poor communication.
Normally your phone by this time of the day, you haven't had it on a charger in 3 days. It's somewhere buried in a bag.
And emotional outbursts.
It would have been magical. And I would have gave the bird to Payton and down the sideline, give him the double bird as I'm running by him. Yeah, take this! You missed me!
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
And is it just me? Friday, it's Will Peterson hanging out with Brandon Stokley. The text line already having a field day that I am here, and Mike Evans is not. From the 1748, Stoke plays 100 holes of golf, and Evans does one remote show, and who makes it in?
Exactly. That's my point.
Soft.
I'm like, wait, y'all not working tomorrow? Oh, both of y'all aren't working tomorrow? I'm like, wow, all right. Glad you stepped up, though.
Happy to. Those guys enjoying an early weekend. You'll catch them on Monday. The 9569 Stoke, you made it on the Broncos video the day of the facility tour.
All right. I love it. That was great. A lot of fun going over there, hanging out. I mentioned, I was really disappointed Mark didn't go. I feel like, in this partnership of ours, I'm the adult. I'm the one that, coordinates stuff, which I'm the worst at. You know that. I'm the worst at doing that stuff, like planning stuff, scheduling stuff. I am terrible. I can't do it anymore. So, but all of a sudden, when it comes to this Broncos stuff, I'm the one doing it for both of us. Like, hey, Mark, by the way, do you know they have this in a week? Do you want to go? Hey, Mark, today is the Broncos tour, because I forgot about it. And so it was a last-second invite to him, and he said he had something else going on, his yard work, right? But it was great, and it was good. I mean, you had people coming from out of state, Romanowski, Shannon Sharp. So there's a lot of people that went. It was a lot of fun. Broncos, like they do with everything else, did a great job. And, one last walk through the old facility before it's ripped down and, replaced with that shiny new one, which is, that you've seen it.
Yeah, I drove by it yesterday.
It is unbelievable. I said to Evans, this might be the best facility in the world, the best sporting facility in the world.
Yeah, you're not even saying in the NFL. You're saying the entire world.
Yeah, because basketball, NBA basketball, they don't have great facilities, do they?
Well, the Nuggets don't, but other teams. I think if you went
to have like a court, and I don't know, but
I think if you went and took a tour of the Lakers practice facility, you'd be pretty impressed.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
But I don't think it could hold a candle to what you're looking at over there, because you're talking about 15 guys on a roster. when you look at what they built over there for 90 guys for training camp, I mean, it's I can't wait to walk through it. And then when you're dealing with soccer, I don't think they have like these great soccer facilities. But I don't know.
Maybe in Europe, but I don't know in America.
Yeah. But anyway, it's awesome. I can't wait to, like I said, take a walk through it. And I think we're going to have, they did mention something like alumni week during the season when they always have alumni week. That's when they're going to do maybe a walk through the new facility.
Well, you better block off about 3 hours for that because that thing is huge.
I know. It's
Massive.
impressive.
Yeah. And when I was driving by yesterday, if people are in that part of town, I would encourage them to, go out of their way a mile or two to take a drive by it because I can't believe how quickly they built that thing, Stoke. You think about where it was last training camp to where it is now. Greg and Kerry, once again, not cutting any corners. Now, they're not the ones building it. Shout out to all the construction workers who got it up, but they hired a massive crew to get that thing up in about a year.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty much just starting when we were there during training camp.
Yeah, remember they did the ceremony of raising the flag when you and I were doing a show one day?
Exactly. And now you fast forward, and to your point, it's not even a year, and you look at it, it is incredible. So that was a lot of fun. Got to go in the indoor. They were practicing, and so it was really cool to see some old former teammates and see some guys that you watched play, and because you're all part of being Broncos alumni, and you don't see those guys a lot. So that was really well done by the Denver Broncos, and it was a lot of fun.
Michael in Colorado Springs says, is it just me? Mike and Stink need to issue an apology, not only for bailing on you today, Stoke, after your 100 holes, but they both stated yesterday on air that they would trade Nathan McKinnon for Connor McDavid, puke face. Hopefully they both realize the error of their ways.
No, they did not say that.
I was literally in my car, and I heard it, that they would, if the Oilers called, they would swap McKinnon for McDavid straight up.
And what was the reasoning?
They started with he's so much younger, and then they figured they have Google and realized Connor McDavid's like a year and a half younger than Nathan McKinnon.
Okay, all right. Look, I like our guy. How about that? So I apologize to the listeners that I wasn't there to put those two guys in place, and that they just continued to spew that nonsense with nobody to check them.
Exactly.
Right? And so that's on me, though. That's on me because I wasn't there to do that. And then, then this is what happens. I take one day off, and then they start saying this kind of nonsense.
All right. We are going to pivot here real quick. I don't want to dwell on this because it's a Friday. Everyone's in a good mood. It's not the most fun, but we would be irresponsible to not pass on that 2 new charges have been filed against Jonathan Cooper related to his domestic violence arrest, and one of those is now a felony, an additional felony charge of second-degree assault by strangulation, and then also a charge of third-degree assault, knowingly or recklessly causing bodily injury. He got a felony added to his charges, Stoke. We don't know the facts. We don't know what happened inside his house that night between him and his girlfriend. All that said, this situation, I think the Broncos would like it to go away. I think Cooper and his attorney would like to go away. We know the trial date is July 22nd, which is a handful of days before training camp starts. But late last night, it does come out per court records that he now has a felony strangulation charge against him as well. This thing is going to get, dare I say, worse before it gets better, because now there are more serious charges against Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want if you're the Denver Broncos heading into the season, heading into training camp. There's been so much positive news over the last few years. You haven't seen a lot of situations like this. And now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, heading into the season where there's great expectations, one of your best players is dealing with this situation. And so it's not good at all. The charges aren't good. Like you said, don't know what happened. But, from a football perspective, this is the last thing that you want. And for a guy like Jonathan Cooper who don't know what happened, that's a lot hanging over you heading into, the football season. So we'll see what happens when it comes to, the trial or any kind of, settlement or whatever happens there. But I would sense, even if they come to an agreement to a different charge where you don't have a trial.
Some sort of plea deal.
Yeah, some sort of plea deal that the NFL will look at this and he probably will have some type of suspension.
And that's what I talked about with Philip Lindsay yesterday is we're trying to be sensitive to this situation. Obviously, domestic violence is very serious. Felony strangulation charges are incredibly serious. Yet at some point there is also a football aspect to this as well. Because like you said, the NFL could come in and suspend Jonathan Cooper. And if they do suspend Jonathan Cooper, the show goes on. If he's not out there week 1 against the Chiefs, the Broncos still got to play. And they still need someone to rush Patrick Mahomes alongside Nick Bonito. And that would probably be Jonah Ellis, who there was some chatter about him moving to the inside. I think you want to keep him on the outside for a variety of reasons. But again, while being aware that we are talking about domestic violence, an incredibly serious situation, the show on the football field will go on regardless of the fate of Jonathan Cooper's suspension or not.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we don't know the details of everything that happened. So you let it play out and then see what happens, and then you just kind of go from there. But we haven't had a lot of these situations with the Denver Broncos over the last few years, which obviously is a huge positive. They've done a great job of finding the right guys and, not having these types of situations. So we'll see what the outcome is here. But like you said, the trial is July 22nd,
Correct.
And that's before training camp. So might have some closure before that trial, or obviously when it's over with, and that we'll get the news before training camp.
Yep, we will indeed. We'll keep you abreast if anything else pops up. But again, Sean Payton signed a 5-year new contract yesterday. You'll hear from the head coach on his deal coming up next.
Just how difficult will it be for the Broncos to repeat their 14-win success of last season?
I look at the AFC guys. I don't necessarily see a 14-win team in the AFC. I don't even know if I see a 13-win team in the AFC. But I see a bunch of 10 and 11-win teams in this AFC.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event? You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis, and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic, our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some, so this summer they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together, like an electric heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money installing a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. All in one comfort, all in one package.
If you're looking for an SUV that's ready for anything Colorado throws at you, Schomp Honda has you covered with the 2026 Honda Passport. It's bold, rugged, and built for the adventurer in all of us. Whether it's a mountain trail or a Monday morning commute, the 2026 Passport can handle it with ease. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you get a fair price up front, one advisor from start to finish, and way less time at the dealership. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Temper tantrums. Was that fun, listener? Were those good questions? Did you find yourself going, man, Stokley, Evans, Schlereth, you guys are dumb? Did you have fun today? Copyright infringement.
He took something that I have told him and tried to make it his own and just did not present very well.
And some flexible scheduling.
When I grow up, I want to have Mark's schedule. No one has a better schedule than Mark Schlereth. He just shows up and works whenever he wants to.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That rejoiner could not have been better. Brandon Stokley saying, when I grow up, I want to have Mark Schlereth's schedule. He works whenever he wants. It's Will Peterson in for Mike Evans and Mark Schlereth to an extent, hanging out with Stoke. But you got a look on your face when you heard yourself say that. You're like, oh, this works.
Like, look at today. I mean, there we go. You know, I think I just want to have a 3-day weekend. I'm Mark Schlereth. I'm going to take a 3-day weekend. Must be nice.
He did drive all the way to Thornton yesterday.
Yeah, I know that was
that 3-day weekend.
That was a grind to, wake up. He had to wake up earlier, and he had to, put in 4 hours yesterday instead of his normal 3 hours. So he must be a little tired and needed that extra day.
Maybe Mark is saving all of his energy, says the 8296, because next year, 2027 is the 30-year anniversary of us winning our first Super Bowl, and then the following year, another anniversary for winning Super Bowl 33. So he blew off your alumni tour because maybe he's like, wow, when we get to the 30th, that's when they're pulling out all the stops for our 97 Broncos.
Yeah, so that's 97 Broncos, so that will be next football season.
Correct.
Okay. I wonder if Mark will show up for that. Who knows? He probably won't even RSVP.
I mean, Mark's a big deal. I'm not questioning that. But you mentioned Shannon Sharp was there. He's a big deal.
Yeah.
Bill Romanowski, big deal.
Yeah. They had a lot of guys there. A lot of big deal guys. So
I'm not a smart man.
I guess, that's pretty cool, though. You get back-to-back kind of celebrations.
Yeah, and for 30, they'll do it big. First Lombardi in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'll be a big celebration.
And it should be. Yeah, I mean, look, Greg and Kerry will do it right, and it's going to be awesome. That's really cool, though, that, when you win back-to-back, you get back-to-back years of kind of celebrating the anniversary of winning. That's cool. That's awesome. So I'm sure Mark will have it in his calendar and be there for that.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope so.
We'll get to Sean Payton in just a moment.
moron.
But this is actually a question I had, and I'm glad the 1107 brought it up on the RamosLaw.com text line. Hey, Stoke, approximately how many strokes do you think you made yesterday? Incredible. Have a great day, fellas.
Wow.
Not 2, not 3, not 4.
I don't know. I didn't.
Not 6, not 7.
I haven't even thought about it.
Well, let's just do some quick math.
How many swings?
100 holes.
A lot. But the problem is you can do the math if you want to. I can't even. My brain still.
Well, let's call it 6 strokes a hole. Because you're playing fast.
Yeah, but some strokes are putting, so that's not really.
But we're still looking at 500 to 600 swings of the golf club.
Yeah, probably around there, something like that. I think the thing is, yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. I didn't really think about it. But my problem was that, Noshan was in my group also.
Noshan Moreno.
Yes.
Former Broncos running back, first-round pick.
Yes.
Nice
Georgia.
career here in Denver. Yeah.
Right. Still lives around here. One of my favorite teammates. Great teammate. And so we still hang out a lot. We play golf. He loves golf. He's a good golfer.
Yeah.
But so we're stepping up to the tee box together. We're competing to see, who can outdrive who. So I was swinging hard at the golf ball, which is kind of dumb. Just have some good tempo. You're playing. It's a long day. So the competitor in me took over, and I was swinging for the fences, which isn't smart. That's just not even smart. So that didn't help my situation.
Efficiency was the name of the game yesterday.
Exactly.
And that wasn't a strength for Brandon Stokley as he comes off his 100 holes of golf. All right, 10:45 yesterday, 45 minutes after Mark and Mike get off air, get this bombshell from Adam Schefter. Sean Payton, new 5-year deal with the Broncos. We're ripping up the old deal. We're tying him and George Payton together through 2030. So a 3-year extension, perhaps. Here was Sean on getting this new deal.
I'm super appreciative of that opportunity. I said this to you guys earlier, that triangle of ownership, the Walton Penner Group, Kerry and Greg, and then George working with him. I've been spoiled because I had a real good experience in New Orleans with ownership and Mickey, and to go 2 for 2 with that is hard in our league. And so, I'm thankful they want me back, and we'll do everything we can to continue to keep winning.
Your reaction to Sean Payton talking about, hey, I've done this twice, 2 different franchises, and I've been really lucky with ownership both times.
Yeah, I'm from Louisiana, and they did figure it out there with the Saints, and he did have a great partnership there with the GM and the ownership. And then you come here and again, you have great ownership and you have a great partnership with the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're looking for. Then now look at the success the Broncos have had under Sean Payton. But if you don't have that commitment from the top down of winning and doing things the right way and empowering you to make decisions and to go out there and be who you are, then it's hard to win. And it's hard to win consistently if you don't have those types of things. And obviously they have that with the Broncos. And, yeah, I think when you look at the partnership between him and George, there was questions heading into this partnership, whether it would work or not.
Definitely.
And I think it's thrived, Will. It's been great, obviously. They've done a great job in the draft. They've done a great job in free agency. They've re-signed the right guys. So, that partnership, which has surprised me, has been, and that's a big deal. You gotta have a great working relationship between your general manager and head coach, and it's obvious that they do.
Well, and especially because these guys have different personalities, Stoke, right? A little bit of fire and ice, and I think that works. I think in life that works. business partnerships, relationships, personal relationships, sometimes opposites attract. And if Sean's got a massive ego, which I think most folks agree on, George is the more level, even-keeled guy, doesn't put his foot in his mouth like the head coach does.
Yes.
That kind of works out, right? You want that between a head coach and a GM.
Yeah, sometimes it could be a disaster, but sometimes it's a perfect match.
Mm-hmm.
And in this situation, to your point, it's a perfect match. And you can tell they have a great working relationship, and it's paid off. And you can see it with the product on the field.
Sean Payton's going to be 67 when this deal expires. We'll get to his answer on if that worries him, how much longer he wants to keep doing this. But coming up next, Joe Sakic, Josh Kroenke, a late addition. They both wrapped up the Avs season yesterday. Big news on the Cale Makar front. You'll hear it on the other side.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Denver Deck Builders. There's a reason Builders is in their name. It's because they want to help you build memories that will last a lifetime. Colorado weather gives us so many chances to be outside on a deck enjoying time with family and friends. But that same Colorado weather can throw a lot at your deck, which is why so many decks only last 10 to 15 years. Denver Deck Builders, they're going to build you a 50-year deck using only top quality materials like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. I've been to one of their job sites in Sedalia. Crew works so well together, strong leadership, constant communication, just a real good energy. Nobody builds more decks in Colorado than Denver Deck Builders. For them, building a great deck is personal, as their founder and dad, Ron Gibbs, puts it. For us, building decks is just a vehicle. What we're really about is building friendships, building families, and building relationships. Denver Deck Builders wants you to dream about not just a deck, but an overall high-quality outdoor living space. You dream it, they help you build it. Go to ddbonthefan.com. That's ddbonthefan.com.
Welcome to Whatever Bank. How may I barely help you today?
Hi, is there an option to open a checking account with no monthly fees?
0 monthly fees? I'm afraid not. Just think of the fee as a subscription to your own money.
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to Key Bank to open a Key Smart checking account with no monthly maintenance fees.
Ooh, I like that.
Learn more at key.com/keysmartchecking. Key Bank opens doors. Key Bank, member FDIC.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. Born out of the American frontier, come salute our American heroes in the air, in the arena, and in the streets of Cheyenne this July. CFDrodeo.com. See you in Cheyenne.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now at McDonald's, everyone can get more of what they want, when they want it, with McValue.
You can choose your wake-up call. You can choose your study meal, or even your drive-through dinner.
Ah, the sun is rising, and our breakfast prices are falling. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and more for under $3 each. Limited time only. Price or participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event at the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease. GrooveToyota.com. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease and soon. Hurry into Inglewood to Groove Toyota before the best Tacomas are gone. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere. Closed end lease for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing. Zero security deposit. Unapproved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Offer expires 6/30/26.
The playoffs are full of surprises, buzzer beaters, comeback runs, and moments nobody saw coming. But when it comes to your facility's electrical systems, you don't want surprises. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has powered complex commercial and industrial projects, from large-scale distribution to fire alarms and preventative maintenance. Their licensed electricians help reduce downtime, control costs, and keep operations running smoothly. Got a project coming up? Don't take a bad shot. Include Piper Electric in your bid process. Visit piperelectric.com.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Don't miss out on the biggest savings of the year at Cresco Restaurant Equipment's 4-Day Expo Sale, June 10th through 13th in Aurora. Huge discounts on their entire inventory of restaurant equipment and supplies. Factory reps on hand and giveaways. Search Cresco Denver Expo for details.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 104.3 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Massive biceps.
Your arms look big. I don't know if it's fat or muscle.
You watch that, you.
Minor accomplishments.
I did yoga yesterday. I signed up and took a yoga class yesterday.
And having each other's backs.
Mrs. S. Lana, Stoke's playing golf today, and Stoke has no intention of going appliance shopping with you.
Here's the deal.
Just so you know.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Mike Evans says Stokely's playing golf today right there. After playing 100 holes, John chimes in on the RamosLaw.com text line and says, hey, Stoke, I need a fourth today, 11:40 bear dance. Can you get off a little early and get down here? I need you on my team.
Well, I could make it for sure. 11:40?
Yeah,
that's easy.
You got plenty of time.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I'm swinging a club today. I need the day off. Rest, recover day.
My back!
The back is tight, the knees, the ankles. So I do love playing bear dance, though. Fun track. The only thing I don't like about bear dance, no smoking. I like my stogies on the course.
You do.
And no smoking there. That's a bummer. So I don't like that. But fun course, really, really cool views, and just don't like the no smoking.
Yeah. Sorry, John. Stoke's going to take a rain check.
Yeah. I'm out today.
He played 100 holes yesterday. Hard to blame him. All right, so yesterday we knew it was going to be a big day regardless. You got final day of Broncos OTAs. You got a Joe Sakic press conference. Well, about 10:30, we get an email from the Avalanche. Hey, Josh Kroenke is going to be joining Joe Sakic at this press conference. Hour and a half before. And Josh talks a lot with the Nuggets. I haven't heard him talk with the Avs in an Avs setting in years and years and years and years. So it's like, okay, Josh is going to be there too. That's interesting. I'm not going to lie, Stoke. My mind went to, in those 90 minutes, they're making a change at head coach. Why all of a sudden is Josh showing up to sit next to Joe? Now, that didn't happen. For the record, that did not happen. They're not making a change.
Are you happy about that?
At head coach.
What, I haven't heard what your thought is on Jared Bednar.
Yeah, let's hear from Joe Sakic real quick about whether or not Jared Bednar's back next year.
Yeah, he's back. All the coaching staff's back, and they're all under contract and no plans to make any moves. He's the best coach for our team.
Yeah, they're all under contract. No plans to make any move. Best coach for our team. You asked me my thoughts on it. Here's the thing. They're keeping him, right? They're keeping him. And people can yell till they're blue in the face, fire Bednar. They're not going to fire him. So if you don't fire him, which they're not going to, what's the next logical move? Mine is you got to extend the guy. You got to give him an extension. I'm not asking for a Sean Payton 5-year extension. I think just tack 1 year onto that deal. Make, it a 2-year contract rather than the one he currently has. Because what happens if you look up around Thanksgiving and the Avs are 4-7 and get off to a slow start? Guys are going to start looking around that locker room going, when are they firing him? Because what happened in Vegas? They were dead in the water. They fired their head coach, and now they're 2 wins away from winning the Stanley Cup. I understand they have to win the next 2, but still, they have made it that far. I think you got to give him a 1-year extension now that you're keeping him. Does that make sense to you?
No, it does. I thought they needed to make a change. But I wasn't pounding the table because Jared Bednar is a good coach. I just thought it would be best for both parties, right? Where, he gets a fresh start somewhere else and the Avs get a new approach from someone else. So now that they are not doing that, I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it because I do think he's a really good coach. And, if Joe Sakic and, thinks he's the right guy for this team, okay. Then hopefully, next year they can take that next step because they've had a lot of success. It's just they haven't been able to take that next step over the last few years in the playoffs, which has been very disappointing with the roster and the team that they have. So we'll see what type of changes they make this year to the roster. I'm not sure about because I felt the same way, that you feel a few weeks ago. That if they do keep him, they need to extend him.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm sitting here like, you know what? Screw it. Make him just coach on the last year of his deal. Who cares? Who cares? Like, the guys in the locker room will be fine. It won't be that big of a distraction. They got enough to worry about. They got to worry about their stuff, going out there performing. Their coach in that situation, it is what it is, right? So I wouldn't if you're going to keep him now, and that's what's going to happen, then you know what? Just let him coach on the last year of his contract. Screw it.
Well, I think you'll like this answer from Joe Sakic. Listen to this one closely, everyone. Here's Joe on Jared Bednar being a head coach in the last year of his contract.
There's a lot of people that are entering their last year of their contract. We haven't thought about right now. The priority is getting through the draft, free agency, trying to make our team as good as possible going into the summer. The rest of the stuff we push that down the line. We'll figure out later in the summer on all that stuff. But not. I don't think he's worried about it. He shouldn't be worried about it. The contracts will come in the contract.
A lot of people entering the last year of their contract. Ooh, okay. We're going to push that down the line. Oh, okay. But then he gets a little softer towards the end. He shouldn't be worried about that. So maybe Joe's on your wavelength here of, yeah, I'm going to make you prove it. Go coach on the last year of your deal.
And that's a real possibility, it seems like. But it might be a situation where, they do have a lot going on. And once you get through with all the other stuff, the off-season stuff, then you might look at it and address it. And to your point, maybe you add a year to it. I don't think they need to do that. I don't. Hey, a lot of people, are working and coach and have to, work with 1 year left on their contract. It is what it is. He'll be fine. So we'll see, obviously, which direction they head and approach they take here. But I'm fine. If they want to just let him coach on the last year of his contract, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty revealing answer from Joe. A lot of people entering the last year of their contract. It wasn't we're going to get that done soon. It was a lot of people, and maybe it's good for Jared Bednar to be under that pressure. Maybe it's good for the Avalanche as well. I promised the Cale Makar audio. This was another big headline from Joe Sakic, and you will definitely hear it next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, E. Jaffe, Parade, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings. Every style and every price range. If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado, we even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Zach here. Summer is here, and 5280 Exteriors is kicking it off with a huge June offer. Get free gutter guards when you purchase a whole house of siding. Lock in your project now and enjoy beautiful new siding before fall hits. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUDGET to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUDGET to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUDGET to borrow up to $10,000.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
Water is essential to life.
Humans are 60% water.
Water carved the Grand Canyon, and it pummels boulders into sand.
But a little water leak in your roof can cause mold and deterioration of your home.
Let Denver Roof Pros stay on top of your roof with our preventative roof service plans to prolong your roof's life and protect your home and the people you love.
Check it out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it
hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Flatland Cavalry. Shane Smith and the Saints. Fiddler's Green Amphitheater, Saturday, June 20th. Get your tickets now at AXS.com.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Online shopping.
I have great friends. Are these paid friends? Like my wife? Yes. Are they mail order friends?
Survival instincts.
I would be the easiest man in the world to kidnap. All you gotta do is have a sign that says Schlereth and I'm getting in.
And a little bit of gore.
I got attacked.
You got attacked?
Yeah, I thought I was going to have to get my finger or hand amputated. I mean, it was just gushing blood. Gushing.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
7 a.m. on this Friday. Hope your day's off to a good start. Get your weekend going here soon. Will Peterson in for Mike Evans and Mark Schlereth to some extent. Hanging out with Stoke. Stoke, we just heard from Joe Sakic saying that Jared Bednar and his whole coaching staff are back, but non-committal on an extension. A lot of guys on the last year of their contract. That was headline number one from the press conference yesterday between Joe and Josh Kroenke. Headline number two revolved around Cale Makar. Hey, Joe, how big of a priority is a Cale extension, and how much do you think of that?
I mean, listen, Cale's going to finish his career here. We're already talked to his agent, so we're confident that something's going to get worked out at some point. He's got another year, but this summer we expect to have him signed.
That's an encouraging and a bold statement from the president and current GM of the hockey team, Stoke. Cale Makar's going to finish his career here. Music to the ears of Avalanche fans.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you don't want to think about, losing one of your best players and him playing somewhere else. Now, you don't know what it's going to look like 8 years down the road, but we know the bulk of his career will be here. Like Joe said, he's had talks with the agent. He knows something will get done. Priority number one, probably moving through the summer, we'll hear something about some type of extension before the season starts.
And that extension may be lucrative and massive and could be the biggest deal in NHL history. Kirill Kaprizov from the Minnesota Wild makes $17 million a year. There are reports that Cale could get 18, 19, 20. And for Joe to say he's going to finish his career, do you know how old Cale Makar is? If you had to guess?
27.
Exactly. Hit the nail on the head. He's 27.
Bam.
This guy has more than 500 points at 27 years old. 136 goals, 371 assists. There are dudes out there who had very solid, and I mean very solid NHL careers that never reached 500 points, and Cale Makar has that at age 27, and oh, by the way, he plays defense.
Pretty impressive. Really impressive. So looks like they're going to figure something out there and get some kind of extension done here before. You think it's going to happen before the season
definitely
gets underway, so you don't have that being talked about all year long?
And you know where my mind goes? 2 off seasons ago. What were the reports? Mikko Rantanen, we're getting him done. It's at the 1-yard line. He's going to get a new deal. It didn't get done. It bled into the season.
Yep.
And what happened? The former GM, Chris McFarland, felt like that contract was going to run out, and he had to trade Mikko and get value. And he did get value. Got Marty Necas and Jack Drury back for Mikko Rantanen, but you don't want that to come anywhere close. Because with all due respect to Mikko, great player, he ain't Cale Makar. You can't have this bleed into the season. He's making $9 million this coming year. You've got to get it done this summer, and Joe Sakic sounds supremely confident that'll be the case.
Yeah, I'm sure, obviously, the Avs want to get something done, and I'm sure Cale would like to get something done, so he doesn't have to think about it at all throughout the course of the season. So, look, this team's trying to run a cup, right? And they're going to have a great team again next year. So, limit as many distractions as possible, and that's probably at the top of the list.
Yeah, in a let's call it 3 weeks of bad news for the Avalanche, that was a piece of good news because Joe could have easily gone up there and said, yeah, that's a priority. We're going to try to figure it out. We're chatting with his agent. Cale's going to finish his career here. That, to me, means the deal's at the 1-yard line, right? You got to feel like Joe's not going to say that into a hot microphone unless he feels almost certain this is going to get completed, that the contract negotiations are not going to hit any kind of snag.
Right. And it's such a high priority for him. And obviously, like he said, he's had conversations with the agent. So I'm sure they've had talks about it, obviously. And, you know, Joe realizes that they're going to get something done, or he wouldn't say that.
Exactly. Here's Joe Sakic on if there needs to be changes to the Avs after they got swept by Vegas.
Well, there's always changes. But we have the core guys here. We have the nucleus. We're a deep team. We feel we're strong in all the positions. Obviously, we have some UFAs that we're going to try and sign to keep the group together. But it's a great group. They care about each other. They want to win. They're very competitive. They're disappointed, but their expectations are to try and come back and try and compete and win a Stanley Cup.
Talking about the core being a great group, they care about each other, they want to win, they're disappointed, but they want to win a Stanley Cup. That sure sounds like a president and GM that's going to run this thing back. Is that how you took it?
Yeah, for the most part. You know, like he said, you're always going to have a few changes, but, I mean, we can't forget this is a really good hockey team. You know, the best in the regular season. I know that doesn't get you any rings or championship at all, but they're still a really good team, and they're going to be a really good team next year. So, you know, you'll always have a few changes, but you don't need to make a lot of changes with this team. You know, I mean, you just got to find a way to take that next step, and they finally got out of the second round, and then they just ran into a team that was, you know, I don't know. It wasn't a good matchup for them, and unfortunately, you know, it ended in the Western Conference Finals, but I'm not going to overlook the fact that this is a really good team. How do you feel about it? Do you think they need to make a lot of some big changes?
No, I don't think big necessarily, but I would call medium changes. I would make a medium change, and you'll hear from Joe a little later in the show, but he got asked specifically a question that centered around Arturi Lehkonen and Valeri Nichushkin and Devon Toews, and he mentioned 2 times in that answer, we don't have any cap room, so we are going to have to make some trades. They got $3 million in cap room. And this is not the NFL where you can, you know, kind of bounce around and the cap's a myth or whatever. This is a hard cap. So when the names Lehkonen, Nichushkin, and Toews get mentioned to Joe, he does mention trades are a possibility. Would trading one of those guys be massive? Not massive, but it would still be a medium-level move. I would not be surprised, particularly with Valeri Nichushkin, if they try to trade him this summer. Where would you say on being nothing to see here and huge move, a trade of Nichushkin? Is that middle of the road at this point in time?
Well, he's not the same player he was a few years ago.
Definitely not.
When they won the Cup, and he was such a big part of that team, and you look up, and it's just like it's not the same. So, if you need cap room.
And he's making a lot of money.
Well, that's the problem, is you got to – it takes two. You need somebody that wants him to take on that contract. So are you going to have to give up other things to be able to trade him and unload that type of contract, which they're going to need to figure out a way to get some cap room. But are you going to have to add stuff to that type of trade to be able to unload him and his massive contract?
And you don't have a lot of stuff to add
Exactly.
because Chris McFarland traded all your picks.
Exactly. So they're not in a great situation when it comes to those things. You got to find somebody that's willing to take on that big contract.
Would you be willing to do a medium-esque trade? We're not talking about Nathan, Cale, Gabe. We're not talking about Marty Necas, but you willing to explore a household name, a Lehkonen and a Chushkin and a Taze this offseason this summer?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You still got a great roster, but you do need to change, make a move or two, free up some cap room, and see what you can get back in return. I'm A-okay with that because the core is a core. They're going to be a great team, whether they trade Lehkonen or Val or whoever. They're still going to be a really good hockey team.
Yeah, and Lehkonen and Chushkin, part of that core to some extent, but also neither guy really showed up in the playoffs. Lehkonen got hurt against Minnesota, wasn't the same player after that. So we'll see. I think a medium trade is coming for the Avs this summer. All right, Bo Nix, Sean Payton talking once again about his QB. It's one of the biggest stories in town. Will he be at mandatory minicamp? You'll hear what Sean said coming up next.
Is Evan Ingram playing for more than just a Super Bowl in 2026?
This guy not only playing for maybe the future of his time in Denver, at this point on the side of 30 that he's on, if he doesn't show something this year, who wants Evan Ingram? I think Evan Ingram might be playing for his NFL life this season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Recently talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market. Over these last couple of years, gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to price declining, something people haven't seen in quite some time here in Denver, Colorado. So if you're thinking about selling your house right now, is the time to do it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy still offering his $5,000 guarantee. Can't sell your house at the price you guys agree upon on the timeline that you guys agree upon. He's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, nobody else makes that offer. Troy makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings. Has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. If you have a house, Troy probably has that perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and call him. 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the absolute most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and summer is already here. Tea times, perfect drives, and enjoying the greens with your family and friends. But if joint pain is holding you back, keeping you off the golf course, discover natural pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing and active golfing life. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, they're offering a limited number of consultations. Text PAIN to 303-630-9770 to see if you're a candidate. Don't wait any longer. Go see my friends at Regen RX right now.
Welcome to Whatever Bank, where we do our best and you do the rest.
Hi, what kind of relationship benefits do you offer?
Relationship benefits. That usually kicks in when you have more zeros in your account. But I like to think our coffee in the lobby is pretty decent.
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to KeyBank and earn real benefits by making 5 qualifying transactions each month with your KeyBank checking account.
I was going to do that anyway.
Learn more at key.com/relationship. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Any way you want it, it's the way you need it. Any way you want it.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Fama Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane. Okay. Yours was, get off my plane.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
On Is It Just Me Friday, hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Is it just me, the 2662? Is it just me, or does Joe Sakic not sound real confident in Jared Bednar? It's Will Peterson in for Mike Evans hanging out with Stoke. What do you think of the texter's question? Does Joe Sakic not sound real confident in Jared Bednar, or do you think he's just playing a little coy, knowing that Jared may or may not get a contract extension this summer?
No, I'm fine with it. I mean, I didn't hear anything wrong with that answer. Not like he's not supporting Jared Bednar or doesn't believe in him, or they would have fired him, right? I mean, so the proof is in his actions of keeping Jared Bednar, because I guarantee you if he went to Josh Kroenke and said, hey, all right, it's time to make a move, let's make a move, they would have done it, and they would have made a move. So I think he's showing confidence in him by keeping him around for another year.
Yeah, here was Josh Kroenke on what it is about Bednar that makes him comfortable keeping him.
I think he has absolute belief for the dressing room.
That was it. Gave a 2-second answer.
I think he has absolute belief for the dressing room.
All right. Well, I mean, the guys have responded well to him. Mm-hmm. It's not like they're not responding to him. They just, for whatever reason, haven't been able to, take those next steps in the playoffs.
And they had a really bad week at the exact wrong time. We went to game 1 on a Wednesday night. Their season was over the following Tuesday. It still feels like a blur. That Minnesota game was so electric, so much fun, incredible comeback. You take care of the Wild. You shake hands on home ice at Ball Arena for the first time since 2008, and that week's just a blur. You play Vegas on a Wednesday, you lose game 1, your season is done getting swept the following Tuesday. It's crazy.
And I think, we forget that, they got swept, but, a couple of those games, you're up 3-0 in one of them.
You're up 3-0 in game 3 on the road.
And in game 2, you're up 1-0 in the third.
Correct.
So it's like, you just weren't able to finish them off. But to think that you just got blown out and it was, that wasn't really the case. I mean, that should have been a series, but for whatever reason, the Avs were just a little bit off, and Vegas wasn't, and they were capitalizing, and they did, and they were hot, and they made the Avs pay. But I don't want to look at the situation and think that this is a bad hockey team, and they need to make all these changes. And Bednar's a terrible coach. That's not the case at all.
And all 4 of those games, they pulled their goalie down 1. Think about that. Game 1, pull your goalie down 1, empty netter for Vegas. Game 2, pull your goalie down 1, empty netter for Vegas. Game 3, pull your goalie down 1, empty netter for Vegas. Game 4, pull your goalie down 1, Vegas did not get the empty netter. All 4 games are the exact same scenario. You got Wedgwood or Blackwood on the bench in the final couple minutes trying to tie the hockey game. You never could in any of the 4 of them. All right, let's pivot back to the Broncos because Sean Payton, yes, he talked a bunch about his extension, and we'll get more into that, but Bo Nix, baby. Bo Nix. Is he going to mandatory minicamp next week? Here was Sean talking about his QBs.
Everyone kicks up their reps. Bo got some earlier walkthrough stuff today. I think you'll see him next week. I've said that before. And so I think it's benefited those 2 guys a lot, both Stiddy and Sam.
He's talking about his backup QBs getting more reps with Bo on the sideline, Jarrett Stidham and Sam Ellinger. But he doubled down. You're going to see Bo next week. This will be the first time Bo Nix has practiced football with the Broncos since breaking his ankle in the divisional round against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it's been a long process. Obviously, had 2 procedures, which isn't ideal. But it's always good to get a little work in before training camp. Especially when you've been injured. All you've been doing is rehabbing, and, you do some walkthrough stuff. But to get some live work in before training camp, I think that's huge for Bo. So, obviously, it sounds like he's going to be able to do something next week, which I think is a big positive. It's great, though, getting Stidham and Sam Ellinger work in, get them some practice reps, but you know who needs practice reps? Your starter, Bo Nix. So, great news. Hopefully that happens, and he can get a little work in before the end of the offseason heading into training camp.
Yeah, and if he could get 4 or 5 more reps next week, that would be excellent for Bo Nix.
Look at you. Oh, baby. Great job, Will. Because, look, I probably, would not have remembered to do that today. So you stepping up at 7:20 on a Friday, checking that box for the morning show, that's appreciated. Well done, because like I said, the body's hurting, knees achy, feet, neck, back. So I probably would have dropped the ball on that today.
Yeah, no problem. Zach By, he just had some fun with Phil and I yesterday when you guys were playing the 100 holes of golf.
Yeah.
He once asked Sean Payton if he had 2 middle fingers. Zach showed us yesterday that he's got a couple of those.
Wow. Disappointed in him.
And Zach may or may not have showed us his backside at one point, too. So he was in a mood out there yesterday.
Well, that was on your ass. He showed up, and let's just say he was looking rough at 6:55 in the morning.
Ooh.
He was looking rough. So he must have started early.
Yeah. Someone said, why is he doing that? And one person in our group said, he's just tired from his 100 holes. And I said, I think he and his friend Tito have a little something to do with that as well.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably so.
Bo Nix, mobility. That's going to be another huge question after you mentioned the 2 procedures this offseason. Sean sounds confident.
He's going to be like completely clean mobility-wise. And he's out here like today going through 2-minute reps, walk-through reps. There won't be, I mean, he's young, and one of his great assets is his ability to avoid sacks and escape from the pocket. And I don't think you'll see that hindered at all. I think year 3 personnel carryover, a lot of those things will continue to help him, and we love how he's played in the first 2 years.
Mobility not hindered at all. I want to believe Sean, but do we? I mean, this guy just got his 4th and 5th ankle surgery, and Sean goes up at a podium setting and says, yeah, mobility not hindered at all. Again, the Broncos fan in me wants to say, yeah, of course he's going to be fine. The realist in me says, is he going to have the same mobility? I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Obviously that's a big part of his game. Big part of Bo Nix's game is his mobility, being able to extend plays, get outside the pocket, avoid pass rushers. That's who he is. He's a playmaker. And if that is limited, then he won't be the same quarterback. I agree with Sean. I think he's going to be fine. I'm hoping he's going to be fine when it comes to his mobility. Now, will his ankles hold up? I don't know about that, but I think you get to a situation where, he had ankle surgery, he had to clean up, and I don't think you're going to all of a sudden see Bo Nix become this pocket quarterback because he can't, get outside the pocket. I don't think that will be an issue this year for him. I just hope the ankles hold up.
And it needs to hold up through January.
Exactly.
And maybe February if you are playing in Super Bowl 61. It's a long time. And is the ankle going to be a thing we have to watch all year? That's what scares me, because you played with Payton. You're best friends with Payton. I'm not going to lie, man. When I was watching the Broncos with Peyton Manning coming off neck surgery, every time he got hit, even when the camera was panning to you catching the football, we're all like, go back to Peyton. Is he getting up? Is he getting up? And it wasn't an insult to Peyton's toughness. It was he went through a massive neck surgery, so we were all worried, is he going to get up? With Bo, if he takes a shot around the ankles, I don't care where the football is. I want to see my quarterback hop up and start running and not grabbing at that ankle, and I fear Broncos fans are going to be watching that all season long.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Of course they are. Because what happened last year? At the end of the year, right? Playoffs, didn't look like anything. And then next thing you know, he was done.
He was doing the interview with Tracy Wolfson. She's saying you get to play in your first AFC title game, and he's going, can't wait. And then we get the mic'd up sound where he says on the sideline, yeah, you guys aren't going to have me next week. But it didn't. No one knew in the moment. We didn't know till Sean Payton's second press conference.
Exactly. So, yeah, I think it's something that you will be watching with him and following all year long. Right? I mean,
and that camera, if it's panning down the field, we're going to go pan back to Bo, make sure he's getting up.
Yep, because of what happened last year in that situation, and obviously the impact was huge. So, yes, I think that's something that I know I will be also. Right? How does he look after he got hit? Oh, is he limping? You know, I mean, I think that's going to be a lot of Broncos country this year, is just watching Bo and that ankle all year long.
And you never want to see your QB get hit. But I think we'll all feel more comfortable if he gets hit in the chest, right? Like the chest, that sucks. I hope his ribs are all right. But at least if he gets hit in the chest, he's probably going to pop up. What's really going to scare us is if someone comes around the edge and starts grabbing at those ankles, trying to bring him down.
Exactly.
And that's going to be something to watch. All right, Sean Payton, huge new deal yesterday. More sound from Sean coming up. Plus, Josh Kroenke. Josh Kroenke showed up to support Joe Sakic. We'll hear from the owner of the Avs. All of that on the other side.
Just how difficult will it be for the Broncos to repeat their 14-win success of last season?
I look at the AFC guys. I don't necessarily see a 14-win team in the AFC. I don't even know if I see a 13-win team in the AFC. But I see a bunch of 10 and 11-win teams in this AFC.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. You know how much time we spend planning summer vacations, flights, hotels, activities, the whole deal. But how much time have you spent planning your financial future? Trajan Wealth's family office helps you plan with that same level of detail. They coordinate your investments, taxes, and estate plans so everything works together just like the perfect trip. I've been talking about Trajan Wealth for a while, and now I'm a client. They made everything simple and easy to understand. No pressure, no confusion language, just honest guidance for fiduciaries who put your goals first. And if you want a second opinion, depending on your plan, or if you just want to feel more confident about your future, call my friends at Trajan Wealth today. 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100. They have offices located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, or Loveland. You can also find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, and additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Well, what's that saying? The mind is willing, but the body is weak. A lot of things you'd like to do, but you just don't seem to have the energy or the positive attitude to do it. The reason could be low testosterone, and Low T is not guilty of age discrimination. Older guys, young studs, doesn't matter. You're losing testosterone. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic helps you get it back. Their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, GLP-1, PDA, and more treat Low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve your sleep, even increase your sex drive. Simply put, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will help you get back to feeling your best. I say all this from personal experience. They helped my Low T over 3 years ago, and today here we are feeling great. So schedule a consult, just $99. Meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Start Low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and Castle Rock. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This segment on The Fan is built by Denver Deck Builders.
Fierce competition.
Man, I'll tell you, you know how to stoke my competitive fires. Could I house a hot dog in 10 seconds or less?
Intellectual discussion.
Kind of like when I played on the football field. When you're high IQ guys, Mike, out there, whenever someone's not at that level, it's frustrating.
And some Latin influence.
Pasa la leche, por favor. Sounds hot. I'm not gonna lie.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
$7:31 on this Friday morning. Hope your day is off to a good start. It's Will Peterson in for Mike Evans and Mark Schlereth to some extent as well. Hanging out with my guy, Brandon Stokley. We've got trivia coming up at 9 a.m. That is always fun on a Friday. Should be exciting. We heard from Josh Kroenke and Joe Sakic yesterday. Heard from Sean Payton. Davis Webb as well. His first press conference as Broncos offensive coordinator. Want to get into all that sound as the program moves on. But Stoke, we've got some big breaking news regarding Jonathan Cooper, and it is not good at all. This is from Luca Evans of the Denver Post. Jonathan Cooper was arrested again last night by the Parker Police Department. That is, according to Douglas County Court of Records, he is currently in custody, spent another night in jail after spending a night in jail last week. He was arrested on charges of domestic violence, violating a civil protection order, and harassment, repeated phone calls. The phone records, the record shows, according to Douglas County Court. So Jonathan Cooper arrested once last week, arrested again last night, facing new charges. He is due in court at 8:30 this morning. Mike Kliss is reporting he was booked into jail at 10:07 p.m. on those 4 additional charges, violating protection orders placed against him.
What the hell is going on? What are you doing? Wow. Terrible. Just making your situation a lot worse. So did not expect to hear that.
No.
We were just talking about the new charges that
it came out late last night that he got a felony strangulation charge, and now he's getting additional charges that revolve around violating protection orders and harassment. If you read between the lines on this, I'm trying not to speculate too much, but repeated phone calls, I assume he was told do not contact the victim, or alleged victim in this case, and he was contacting her. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So, that's just not smart at all, obviously. And now you put yourself in this situation. So, just keeps getting worse and worse for Jonathan Cooper. He's not helping himself out at all.
No, and think about his last 2 Thursday nights. Both nights in jail.
Yeah.
Last Thursday, spent the night in jail. Late last night, spent the night in jail. He is still in custody and due in court here in about an hour. This situation has gone from what's going on here? Okay, we need to dig through it to I don't know how much longer Jonathan Cooper plays for the Broncos. I mean, he just got arrested a second time. He got a felony charge overnight, and now he's getting 4 more charges this morning, including harassment and another charge of domestic violence. This is spiraling out of control pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you're 100% right, Will. You look at the situation, and it went from, okay, we don't know all the details, obviously, but, last night he gets new charges brought from what the incident that happened a week ago. And it's like, okay, wow, all right, that's not good for Jonathan Cooper. And, the trial is set late July.
And we'll see if that gets bumped with all these new charges.
Before training camp. And, you think whatever happens there, that he probably will get suspended by the NFL at some point. And
Could
and
be
then
a big suspension.
Well, then
with this
now,
stuff, yeah.
I know, but now with what happened last night, then you start to ask yourself, will he ever play another down for the Denver Broncos or in the NFL? I mean, that's just not smart to put yourself in that situation after the incident that happened a week ago. That's not smart at all. And you can't contact the person, and you continue to do that. Well, you open yourself up to be arrested again, and guess what? You just got arrested again. Hey, what are you doing? You got to be smarter than that. But hey, that's he is digging himself a bigger and bigger hole here, and you're right, Will. I mean, you have to ask yourself, will he ever play for the Denver Broncos again, and will he ever play in the NFL again?
I think that question is now come into play. There's no doubt about it. Our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, making time for us with this big breaking news regarding Jonathan Cooper getting arrested a second time, booked into Douglas County Jail a little after 10 last night. Court coming up at 8:30 this morning. He's got 4 additional charges stemming from violating his protection order placed against him. Mike, what more can you tell us about a wild development? Okay, we just lost Mike. We're going to get him back on the phone, but yeah, man, he got arrested a second time in a week and spent the night in jail a second time in a week.
I mean,
this went from, it's obvious, domestic violence is extremely serious, extremely severe, but it just feels like in the last 10 minutes as we've learned this has gone to an even new level, Stoke.
Yes, it certainly has. I mean, to your point, the last 2 Thursday nights he has spent in jail. I mean, how much more can the Broncos put up with? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So he's put himself and the Broncos in a terrible situation.
All right, we've got our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan insider, Mike Kliss. Mike, you're obviously breaking this news here in just the last handful of minutes. Really appreciate you hopping on. What more can you tell us about yet another arrest for Broncos edge rusher Jonathan Cooper.
It was a bad 24 hours for Cooper. Not only did he have the initial charges from last week, but Wednesday the charges were upgraded to a felony assault, felony second-degree assault, and a misdemeanor third-degree assault. And that came from the DA. The police didn't charge him with assault. They didn't see the evidence to charge him with assault, but the girlfriend's testimony to the cop led the DA, the Douglas County DA, to upcharge a couple of those things. That happened on Wednesday. And then yesterday, he violated, he right away had a protection order against him, restraining order. And he basically violated that restraining order. He got a charge. This is alleged anyway. This is in the affidavit, the police reports, not me saying this. But they charged him with harassment, the Parker police did, for repeated phone calls, assumingly to the girlfriend. And they had 2 domestic violence charges with that. And so he had 4 additional charges against him last night. He was held in Douglas County Jail again last night. He's still there. And he'll have court this morning and a court appearance this morning in Douglas County. He was released on a PR bond a week ago. We'll see what type of deal happens from this for violating. I'm sure it'll be a more significant a bond and bail for him to be released. But Jonathan Cooper, this is a situation where I guess I better be careful what I say. It's just unfortunate for him and for the Broncos.
And he's put himself in this unfortunate situation. How much more can the Broncos put up with before they just have to move on from Jonathan Cooper? He's been arrested 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah. I think they're going to stick Sean Payton talked about this, that the league kind of handles all discipline. The way the CBA is written on such matters, the union represents him. The team has to let the process play out before they make any decisions on disciplinary. I'm sure they're disappointed. They are disappointed in, what's going on here with Jonathan Cooper. But they have to let the process play out before they make any type of decisions, like you're talking about there.
Mike, they can cut him. They can always just cut him, right? I mean, they can just cut the guy. I mean, you don't have to suspend him. I mean, if he keeps getting arrested, eventually you just got to cut the guy. Can't have him on your team.
Well, I don't know about that. There's language in contracts, and maybe you can.
I mean, it's got to be conduct detrimental to the team. I mean, you have that in any contract.
What happens, though, if ultimately he's proven innocent? Which is, this is charges do not mean a verdict. And so you have to let the process. I know it looks bad right now, but you do have to let the process and then make a determination. You can't, the fact that right now, I don't know, it looks like he was making phone calls with a restraining order. You can't have contact with the person involved in the incident. In this case was his girlfriend. So that's where it stands right now. It may lead to what you're saying, Stoke, but I think it's premature to make that now. You have to just, the Broncos have to follow this, be concerned for him. They had him practice this week despite the charges from last week. And, I think that was because to help Cooper's mental health, they wanted to keep him in structure and be around other people, to make sure he knew he had support. And so,
well, Mike, he's not helping himself out in this situation. He's putting the Broncos in a really terrible spot.
No doubt about it. I wonder if he'll practice next week in the mandatory minicamp.
No chance. No chance.
Yeah.
I don't think you can roll him back out on the field before training camp after you've just been arrested twice within a week. I think you tell him he's got to get his stuff in order.
Yeah, that would make sense if that's the decision. But this is all just kind of happening. It's one of those things where let's see what happens in court this morning and then go from there.
So, Mike, just to reset for folks who are just tuning in, Jonathan Cooper got arrested initially last week on misdemeanor charges, he and his girlfriend. Yesterday, we find out a felony for strangulation has been added, and then this morning we find out he spent yet another night in jail and is facing new charges, specifically revolving around harassment and contacting an alleged victim in this case. Is that all correct? The 3 layers of this Jonathan Cooper saga, if you will, that have now happened over the last 8 days?
Yeah, it's kind of confusing because it's been one after the other. There's been basically 2 events that have happened in the last 24 hours. The up charges, the most serious being the second-degree felony assault, and then violating the protection order with, there are 4 charges altogether that he's in jail for right now. 2 listed as domestic violence. 1 on a harassment for repeated phone calls, and the 4th on violating the protection order. So, yeah, and, he'll be accompanied by Harvey Steinberg in the Douglas County Court this morning, and it's one of those things, every time you turn around, something's happening, which is not good.
No, not good at all for the Broncos. Or Jonathan Cooper. Have the Broncos, I understand this has literally happened in the last 15 minutes. I assume the Broncos haven't commented yet. Do you expect a comment, or very similar to last week, we're aware of the situation, gathering more facts?
I expect a comment probably shortly. Like you say, they're digesting all the new information, and, and we'll, they'll come up with a comment. Maybe it'll be a little more strongly worded than last week. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure about that.
Do you have a couple more minutes, Mike, for some football questions, or you got to run?
Yeah, no, let's go.
Okay, sounds good. Let's start with the major news from yesterday involving Sean Payton. He gets the 5-year extension, but it's really a 3-year extension. Take out the old deal. He's now tied with the Broncos through 2030, along with GM George Payton. What did you make of the Walton Penner family ownership group basically saying Sean's our guy and we have faith in Sean being our guy until he's 67 years old?
Yeah, I think, it's one of those things when George got his contract, I think it kind of automatically, even though Sean Payton had 2 years left on his deal, George only had 1. So, you never want to do the lame duck thing. But I think the thinking was, these 2 are joined at the hip, and let's make the contract to where they're joined at the hip through 2030. And so they went a year ahead, really, in getting a deal done with Sean Payton. Now him and George are through 2030, which is the season before the new stadium. If all goes well, they'll get another contract and help open up the new stadium at Burnham Yard. But I think that was the thinking. Sean Payton did quickly turn around this franchise. I mean, it had been 9 years without a playoff. It had been 8 years without a winning season. When he arrived, he quickly turned that around, got him to the Final Four. He's earned a reward. The only question is doing it maybe 1 year earlier than they absolutely had to. So, but I do think kind of coordinating, aligning with George Payton was part of the motivation here. I also think, guys, here in recent months, they added money, Penner did, to the personnel department, George Payton, to the player roster in Patrick Surtain. They gave him an additional $5 million just because, with a chance to make $10 million. And then they took care of Sean Payton. So there's no doubt to me when you do personnel, when you do coaching, when you do players, you're saying the Super Bowl window is now. The Super Bowl window is 2026. And, I think for Sean Payton's peace of mind and in 2026, with the transformation of him and Davis Webb on the play calling, this helps settle him, keeps him calm. He can do his job in 2026. And then we'll see about the rest of that contract, the final 4 years.
Mike, what's Jonah Ellis's situation? Did they move him to the inside? And if they did, how does this news with Jonathan Cooper affect that move? Because you might be down one of your outside linebackers for a while.
Yeah, I would say Jonah Ellis, the last 2 practices we saw, he was on the outside. He's stuck there. Sean Payton, they talked about moving him inside, where he would be the backup again to Justin Sternad and Alex Singleton. It's just a way to get him more playing time. I do think he'll play some inside linebacker. They'll have packages for him, but he'll also play. I think Sean Payton said last week that the outside is going to be his home base. He's going to play the majority there. He said he's too good as a pass rusher. He will play some inside linebacker, though. He's been a 30 to 40% playtime guy, snap count guy, and I think they want to get that number up to 50%. And, yeah, with Jonathan Cooper situation, I think you'll see Jonah Ellis out there. I would say he's number 3 with Dondre Tillman being number 4. Maybe they're tied for 3rd. I don't know. But you'll see Jonah Ellis play more snaps this year, including some at inside linebacker.
All right, Mike, we can't let you go without a Bo Nix update. Felt like Sean doubled down yesterday that Bo is going to be back at mandatory minicamp, and it will be the first time he has practiced with the Broncos since breaking his ankle against the Buffalo Bills in the middle of January.
Yeah, he took part in the walkthrough yesterday, which is, Stoke can describe that more. The walkthrough is they don't let us see the walkthrough, and because it's really kind of the true depth chart. What you see in practice, they kind of mix and match, and they get, sometimes the veterans don't get as many reps, and the media reads into it, and oh my gosh, is this guy making a move? And that, but the walkthrough is the true depth chart, and Bo was operating the walkthrough yesterday, and so that's a good sign. And from what I understand, last week he was throwing in front of the high school coaches, and he was, he's not favoring, he's not gimping, he's not or limping. He doesn't have a hitch in his giddy up, so everything's good, and he'll be out there on a limited basis next week in mandatory minicamp. I don't know if that's, I would think it would be like 7-on-7 type stuff, individual type stuff. I'm not sure he'll do team next week. So, but the whole idea is for him to be ready in September. I thought it was interesting that Sean Payton said there'll be, he'll be the same mobility wise, no ill effects. I guess what I would say to that is I'll be the judge of that. Brandon Stokley will be the judge of that. And, we really won't find out the true effects until game day against Kansas City in mid-September.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Mike, we appreciate your time. More breaking Jonathan Cooper news. You are all over it. We'll read your work at 9news.com, and thanks again for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. That's Mike Kliss, our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Broncos insider. If you're just tuning in, Jonathan Cooper arrested again last night by the Parker Police Department. He is currently in custody. He was arrested on charges of domestic violence, violating a civil protection order, and harassment, repeated phone calls, according to court records. Mike outlined it, Stoke. This is now 3 things with Cooper in the last week. The initial arrest, where he spent the night in jail last Thursday. Late last night, it comes out he's got a felony strangulation charge added to his initial docket, and then we find out this morning, literally in the last 25 minutes, that Jonathan Cooper was arrested again, spent yet another night in jail, and has a court appearance here in the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, not good at all. Not good for the Broncos. He's putting the Broncos in a terrible situation. And you know, it's one thing, you know, a week ago when you first get arrested, and you know, it's one of those things where they both got arrested, right? So no one really knows what happened. But in this situation, you know that you can't contact the person. You know that. And you can easily find whether he was contacting her or not. You can find that out very easily. Phone records, et cetera, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, what are you doing? You're putting the Broncos in a terrible situation here. You've just been arrested twice in a week. And so it's like these new charges, like I said, it's a situation where it's very easy to find evidence that you were contacting the other party when you knew that you can't contact this person. What are you doing?
And both our minds have immediately gone to, will Jonathan Cooper ever play for the Broncos again?
Exactly. This stuff spirals quickly, and like that's why I keep saying he's putting the Broncos in a terrible situation. Now, they could take the stance of, you know, we're going to let the situation play out, and I think I disagree here with Mike Kliss. If they want to cut him, they can cut him. You can always cut a guy.
Oh, Kliss, 1 minute ago, we do have a statement from the Broncos.
Okay.
Quote, we are disappointed to learn of Jonathan Cooper's arrest on Thursday and continue to review this matter. So just as Mike predicted with us 10 minutes ago, a stronger statement from the Broncos.
You have
Last week it was about gathering facts. This week we are disappointed to learn of Jonathan Cooper's arrest and continue to review this matter.
Yeah. They should be very disappointed. He's put them in a bad situation. And that's where my mind goes. And like I said, if you want to cut the guy, you can always cut the guy.
Wow.
I mean, you don't, like, I mean, guys get cut all the time.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying wow to cutting him. I'm
No,
just saying
right.
wow to I can't
No,
believe
I know.
this has all
I know.
happened.
So, I mean, do I think they're going to cut him, release him? I don't, but you never know in these types of situations.
Okay, this is going to be a major story that we were not expecting on this Friday. We'll keep you posted over the next 2 hours and get back to some more football talk next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
You know, I've been endorsing Advanced Tax Solutions for almost a decade because I trust them to do their absolute best when it comes to helping people get out of jams with the IRS and back into the system. I've talked directly to clients of Advanced Tax Solutions. I've heard the stories over and over of people who say thousands and thousands of dollars in resolutions negotiated by Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen's my guy. He's the founder, over 30 years experience working with, negotiating with, and if necessary, battling with the IRS. Key distinction, Todd isn't someone who just does your taxes. No. He's a specialist who knows all the ins and outs of helping people who have fallen behind on their taxes. Did you know the IRS has 7 different programs to fix a tax problem, and 5 of them include not having to fully pay the IRS? 5 of 7. So learn your options. Always talk with Advanced Tax Solutions before you call the IRS. You may find yourself with an unnecessary deadline if you call the IRS first. Instead, call Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040, and at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Colorado Fat Loss. If you're thinking about GLP-1s, stop right now. Are you prepared to spend thousands of dollars a year plus stay on the medication long term despite the fact that there are side effects and most people who get off commonly regain their weight? How about a doctor-developed
program that helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days, safe and naturally, without injections, synthetic hormones, or long-term dependence. Guys, I'm telling you, I went on the program, 7 weeks, lost over 30 pounds, guys, and I have kept it off. It has been so easy because they use real food that you buy at your grocery store to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings, and help you burn fat. Guys, plus the app, I love it. You also connect it to a nutritionist. You can get to them anytime. You load up and you chart everything that you eat, your daily weight, all those things, and the weight just comes off. Guys, for a free consultation, all you have to do is reach out to them. If you want safe, affordable, and sustainable alternative to weight loss injections, go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand, from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver metro. See the selection at GrooveToyota.com. More than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certified. Reserve your vehicle now at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 6/7/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply with approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at Hellsberg.com.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Strong delegation.
Somebody's got to be in charge.
Someone has to be the parent.
Somebody has to be the parent, and I just put my foot down.
Proper hydration.
I'm reminded today of my boy Stokley, who I like to refer to as Fluids.
And trust in your teammates.
There was a lot of doubters. There was a lot of haters.
Never any doubt.
A lot of doubt from the guys that know you best, that work with you.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's Will Peterson in for Mike Evans on this Friday, hanging out with Brandon Stokley. Mike and Mark will be back next week. Stoke, it's a fun Friday, but it's also a disappointing Friday in Broncos country. If folks are just tuning into the program, this has developed in the last hour that Broncos linebacker Jonathan Cooper arrested again last night by Parker PD. He is currently in custody, due in court here in about a half hour. He was arrested on more charges of domestic violence, violating a civil protection order, and harassment for repeated phone calls, according to court records. The Broncos have released a stronger statement than they did last week. Quote, "We are disappointed to learn of Jonathan Cooper's arrest on Thursday and continue to review this matter." Appreciate Mike Kliss hopping on. He just said on his Twitter, it's a really tough 12 hours for Jonathan Cooper as he gets 6 new charges, including a felony upcharge for second-degree assault. That was the news that broke last night. He's now facing a felony for strangulation, and then he spends the second night in jail in the last 8 days. This situation is getting out of control very quickly.
Yeah, 2 different incidents. The week ago, one happened, and then last night he gets arrested for continuing to contact the other party. And so he's put himself and the Broncos in a terrible situation. You can't contact the other person. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? How dumb is that? So, and now the charges from the first incident last Thursday, to your point, got upgraded.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got arrested again. So just terrible news for the Denver Broncos and for Jonathan Cooper. Again, you are putting the Denver Broncos in a really tough situation here moving forward. And then and we've talked about it, but you got to start asking the question: will Jonathan Cooper ever play another down for the Denver Broncos, or ever play another down in the NFL? I mean, that's a real possibility now. But you have got to be smarter than that.
Mm-hmm.
And the Broncos have done a great job over the last few years of not having these types of situations. And now all of a sudden, within 1 week, the last 2 Thursday nights, he has slept in jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, Broncos' statement last week was the gathering facts nature. Today they are coming out very quickly and saying they're disappointed in Jonathan Cooper to learn of this arrest. So we'll keep you abreast. I mean, this guy's going to be in court in 25 minutes. I promise you a lot of Broncos writers are getting in their cars, getting down there as quick as they can, see if they can sit in an open courtroom setting, see if they can get a comment from Harvey Steinberg, Jonathan Cooper's attorney. I know Jonathan declined comment on Monday when he pled not guilty to his charges. His initial trial date was set for July 22nd, a handful of days before training camp. But that was a trial before 6 new charges got slapped on him, an upgrade to a felony, and another arrest and another night in jail last evening. We will keep you posted. Never an easy way to make this transition, but we are going to get back to football. And the news yesterday was that Sean Payton got a new 5-year deal with the Denver Broncos. Stability, for sure, for the team. He and George Payton tied together through 2030. How will this impact the locker room? Coach?
I think what the locker room wants is consistency, honesty, communication, and I think what they see is really a reflection of ownership. And building something that, kind of like this across the way, is going to have staying power for more than just 1 season or 3 seasons. But it's putting a solid program in place, and that requires a lot of moving parts. And I think Greg and Kerry have managed that exceptionally well.
How many head coaches did you roughly have in your career? Did you ever feel like you were settled with a guy, or did you feel like, man, I'm getting a new coach, I'm getting a new OC? What I'm getting at here is these young Broncos playmakers, specifically on offense, know that Sean's going to be their coach for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's awesome. Obviously, that's what you want to have. You want to have consistency. You want to have continuity. And that's what the Broncos are going to have. So now you can build off of what you've been doing. And when you look at, a guy like George Payton and drafting, he knows what Sean wants. He knows what Sean's looking for. The scheme's going to be the same. And to your point, it's nice as an offensive player, knowing what you're going to get day in and day out, knowing the offense that you're going to have year in and year out for the next 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, that's a luxury, and that's a great thing to have, and that's how you build a consistent winner.
And I think, too, that if you are a Bo Nix, you stay healthy this year, you're going to sign a new contract worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. You're literally going to have a winning Powerball ticket or the equivalent that thereof if you're Bo Nix. Yeah, Sean's going to be the coach through not the entire prime of Bo's career, because in a perfect world, Bo's prime goes through 33, 34, something like that. But these guys are tied at the hip, man. You know, this is a partnership that it's never going to get to the Sean Drew level. At least I don't think so with Drew Brees. But Bo Nix, man, you going back to the lottery analogy, you hit the lottery. Because usually when you get drafted high in the first round as a QB, you're playing for a dysfunctional organization that is cycling through head coaches because they stink. That's not the case for Bo. And I think Bo was excited to come to Denver. I think he's even more excited that it was Denver of all teams that drafted him, despite being the 6th QB off the board in that 2024 draft.
Oh, you're all over it. I mean, yes. It's not about, when you get drafted. It's about where you get drafted, your situation. And that's the biggest thing for your development. That's the biggest thing for your career. You look at it in the moment, and it's like, dang, I was the 6th quarterback taken. I wanted to be the 1st quarterback taken or the 2nd quarterback taken. It stinks. But what situation did you go to? And obviously, he went to a great situation. Great situation where you got a great head coach, great general manager, and you got great ownership group who, they're all aligned and they're all about winning. Now, that's not the case in a lot of places. So when you have that structure around you, now you can go out and have a lot of success. And that's what he's been able to do.
Well, it's wild. You look back at that draft, the 6 QBs, I think 4 of the 6 are feeling very grateful. The Bears have turned it around with Caleb Williams. Obviously, very great run into the postseason last year. The Patriots, they were back in the Super Bowl with Drake May. Jaden Daniels, I understand Washington went through a really dark time with Dan Snyder as their owner, but he doesn't own the football team anymore. And they made the playoffs his rookie year. He was beat up last year, but I think Jaden Daniels is probably just fine playing for the Commanders. And, of course, Bo here in Denver. Pretty rare that 4 of those 6, with Penix and McCarthy kind of being the odd 2 guys out. But 66% of those guys, I think, are probably happy with the team they ended up with.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And usually that's not the case. Like you said, the first 2 that were taken were, are in great spots. We're in the playoffs last year.
Well, Washington not last year, but Jaden's rookie year.
Right. He was taken before Drake May.
Didn't Jaden go 2?
Did he?
If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll trust you on that one. But when you look at Drake May, you look at Caleb Williams and what they were able to do and been doing and the success that they had last year, usually that's not the case when you get drafted that high. So, but then you look at the other 2 situations, and is it the player? Is it the organization with Atlanta and Minnesota and Penix and McCarthy? Obviously, Minnesota's had a lot of success over the last few years.
But they're going to Kyler, almost assuredly, it looks like.
I agree with you, yeah. And maybe you just drafted the wrong guy. Sometimes it doesn't matter the structure or how good you are or your coaching staff and all. You might have all those boxes checked. You just might have drafted the wrong guy.
Yeah, so Caleb went 1 to the Bears, Jaden 2 to the Commanders, and Drake 3 to the Patriots. But you're right. Those 3 teams, normally when you're picking 1, 2, 3, it's a lot of Cleveland up there,
The Jets.
The Jets. Not the case for these 3 guys. All right, we're going to continue to keep you posted. Jonathan Cooper has been arrested again, doing court in about 20 minutes. So, yes, I see a lot of texters. Why aren't you guys talking about Cooper? We talked a ton about Cooper with Mike Kliss. It'll be on our YouTube soon if you want to go check that out. We also talked about him to start this segment, but we are trying to get back to football. And the other question on this is Sean Payton will be 67 years old when this latest contract extension ends. How does Sean feel about coaching? Still excited to do it? Still got the juice?
Look, I think most importantly, aligning with George and the working relationship, and like we enjoy coming to work together and going through this together, and I think we think a lot alike. But no, you guys heard that story a year ago in Vegas. The week prior, Bo asked me, how long, and I was like, shoot, plenty of time, 8 years, 9 years, or whatever, and then we had one of those game day moments. And I said, well, right now it feels like 1 year. Yeah, but I'm not really, fair question, but I haven't given any thought to the end game. I think I've got a lot of juice left and enjoy what we're doing. Someone asked the other day, do you enjoy it? And I think when that stops is when you got to look at it. But I'm not at that spot right now.
A lot of juice left. He's not thinking about the end game. Someone asked last week, do you enjoy it? I do. That someone was our own Zach By, who asked Sean if he got first day of school jitters coming back to OTAs and all that. But I think the vibe there, Stoke, is that this guy ain't thinking about retirement. You don't sign 5 years extensions if retirement's on your radar. And remember, he worked for Fox, and he said he was bored. He didn't like working 1 day a week.
He's a coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's what gets him going. That's what he loves to do. And nothing replaces that. Nothing does. And so, I look, you're in his situation. That's what you do. You take a year at a time. I like to comment. I'm not looking at the end game. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen in 5 years from now. You just, hey, right now I love coaching ball. And, I'm glad. Great job by the ownership group, Greg and Carey, getting it done. It's a great partnership between the three, and we've talked a lot about it. I love the fact that they were able to get both Sean and George signed up for the next 5 years. I think it's great. As long as you got that excitement still to coach, perfect. I don't care if you're 65, 67. I don't think the game has passed him by. Do you? I mean, you still have the respect of the locker room. And he's done a great job here. I'm not worried about his age at all. Are you?
No. And I think he had some self-awareness by switching the play calling duties. First time in his career, he won't call the offense. He made the comment about driving in the rain, getting a little older. Maybe the game's getting a little fast for him. Would I call Sean Payton the most self-aware human being on earth? Probably not. But in this case, did he make a very smart decision? I think so. Kind of transitioning to that CEO type role and trusting Davis Webb to call the plays. Don't you think that was sort of maybe the one speed bump, if you will? If you can still be the head coach, but the play calling is going to go to someone else, which we don't know how much he fought that, but Sean ultimately did relinquish that, which is a huge part of his coaching identity.
Yeah. You know how hard that is? I mean, that's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I call plays. That's a drug for those guys. I mean, they can't quit it. That's what they love to do. And so the fact that he was able to take a step back and say, you know what? All right, I'll give up the play calling. I mean, that does say a lot about him. It really does, because that's not an easy thing to do. That's what gets him going. That's what he's done his whole career. That's how he got to be a head coach. So to be able to relinquish that and say, you know what? Okay, I'll give it up. I realize that maybe I've lost my fastball a little bit. I'm not quite the same play caller I was. Let's try something different here. That's not an easy thing to do at all. And he was able to do that. Now, we'll see how it plays out. Sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for. Broncos country doesn't always work out as planned, right? We got this new hot shot that, everyone's in love with that's never called plays before. And, he's going to be the next Sean McVay, next young upcoming head coach, boy wonder. But it does, we've never seen it. And, sometimes the old crusty, wily veteran and his old, antiquated, outdated system is actually better.
Right. And you're talking about Davis Webb, of course, Broncos' new offensive coordinator, and there were some that thought Davis Webb was the head coach in waiting. Well, this slams the door shut on that. I mean, could he be the OC for the next 5 years and then be the head coach? Maybe. But if he lives up to the hype, you got to think Davis Webb's getting a head coaching opportunity in 27, 28, 29. Interesting timing. We heard from Davis Webb yesterday, the first time he's done a press conference as the Broncos offensive coordinator. Do you feel like we're trending toward, because the Broncos locked up Sean, you're sealing the fate that you're going to lose Davis Webb to a different organization down the road?
I think that would be great news. That means they had a lot of success.
Correct.
And if not, that means they didn't have a lot of success. So hopefully that happens. I hope it does. Now you got to look and say, well, we got to replace him. Okay, well, that's Sean's job to find a replacement for him. That's what you're doing. So that's why you got all these other assistant coaches, on the offensive staff. When you look at your quarterback coach and Logan Kilgore, guys like that. You have Johnny Morton on the staff right now. He's been around. He was the Lions offensive coordinator last year. So you have different guys on the staff that hopefully you can turn to if you do lose Davis Webb. That's just part of, what happens. So that would mean that would mean the Broncos did a lot of really good things with Davis Webb if he's moving on and going somewhere else and becoming a head coach.
And wasn't John Morton the guy that Dan Campbell ripped play calling duties away from
Yeah.
in Detroit? So what happens then, Stoke? Because we know this schedule. It's a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet, those first 6 games. KC, Jacksonville, the Rams, the Niners, the Chargers, and the Seahawks. What happens if they're 2-4? Is that going to be the biggest story around the Broncos? Slow start. Sean says, Davis, we're ripping that thing back. We're ripping the play calling duties back. It happened in Detroit. We're 2-4. Slow start gets blamed on him. Fair or not, I do think that's going to be a story if the Broncos don't get out of the gate quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we're going to be talking about is how much longer will Davis Webb be the offensive coordinator? How much longer will Davis Webb be calling the plays? Who's going to take over for Davis Webb? Is it going to be Sean Payton? Is it going to be Johnny Martin?
Well, I think it'd be Sean, don't you? I think if they got to a slow start, Sean would say, I'm doing this again. Back to me.
I agree with you. But that will be the conversation if offensively they get off to a slow start and if Bo Nix doesn't look the same, doesn't look like the Bo Nix that we saw the first 2 years.
Here was Davis Webb yesterday on Sean's contract extension and being part of the Broncos moving forward.
But for Sean, he deserves it. I mean, when we walked in here together, what was it, 4 years ago now? I mean, everyone had everything negative to say about this place, and has been nothing but the opposite. And this has been my favorite organization I've been a part of, top down, the Penners, and I'm very thankful and blessed to be here with a Gold Jacket head coach, great young quarterback, and learn from those guys every single day. He deserves it. I mean, name a better head coach the last 3 years, consistency from the ground up. I mean, he's the same every day, and I'm very thankful that I've gotten a chance to learn from him.
And if you're Davis Webb, of course you're very thankful. This guy was playing for the New York Giants in 2022. Next thing you know, he was working for Sean Payton literally months after he last played an NFL game. Works with Bo, gets Bo on the rise, 10-7 his rookie year, 14-3 his second year. Now the OC, fire your friend, Joe Lombardi. I think Sean and Joe were friends. What were Joe's comments?
Well, of course they were.
Sean gets in one of those moods.
Yeah.
And he takes it out on someone. It wasn't so much that Joe Lombardi was bad at his job. It was, I need to keep Davis with a promotion. So, Joe, sorry, I don't have room for you here anymore. Am I reading that situation correctly?
Probably. And Carmichael. I mean, they're both with Sean forever.
Correct.
Pete Carmichael and Joe Lombardi. And, yeah, I mean, that was the comment was, Sean gets in one of those moods. And, you look up and both those guys are gone. So, yeah, I think you're reading it right. Davis Webb. I mean, he hit the Powerball.
He did.
He hit the big power, the mega Powerball.
Well, it's the Mega Millions in the
Okay.
Powerball.
It's not the, okay.
But they both can get big.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen them running across where it's at $1.2 billion.
That's when I start to buy them.
Yeah.
When I start seeing I'm like, okay, it's time to buy some.
So you couldn't use $400 million.
Yeah, I know. It just gets my attention more whenever it's, like $1 billion.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I'm a dum-dum. But Davis Webb hit whatever one of those he hit. I mean, you wake up and you're just out of the league and Sean Payton gives you an opportunity. And then 2 years later, you draft this young quarterback who ends up being, a stud. So you're in like the best possible situation ever. You're learning from Sean Payton. You're a great organization. You got a young quarterback. And in 4 years' time, now you get to call plays. I mean, are you serious? Like, a lot of coaches, you got to grind. And
Correct.
usually when you start and you're having a young quarterback, usually it's a bad quarterback. And it's a bad situation. You came into a great situation. So, yeah, good for Davis Webb. And hopefully he does well. Hopefully he goes out there and there's a lot of excitement around him for a reason. I think he's a really good coach. Why else would Sean Payton make this type of move? Why?
Because he thinks this guy's a boy wonder and the next big thing in the NFL.
Exactly.
Yep.
I mean, you let go two of your friends to clear the path for this guy, to give him an opportunity, to give him a great opportunity, because you see something there, which excites me. I love that. And so he must be a really good football coach. Now, can you do it when the lights are on? How do you handle adjustments? How do you handle in-game situations? We don't know with Davis Webb. But obviously, Sean sees a lot of potential there.
Yeah, he certainly does. All right, we've got some more Jonathan Cooper stuff coming in. If you're just joining the program.
Tired of Jonathan Cooper news.
He was arrested again last night, second time in a week. He has spent the night in jail. 4 new charges: domestic violence, violating a civil protection order, and harassment, repeated phone calls. The Broncos have released a statement saying that they are disappointed to learn of Jonathan Cooper's arrest on Thursday. Again, a stronger statement than this time last week. Now the NFL has released a statement as well from Brian McCarthy. Quote, "We continue to monitor all developments in the matter, which remains under review on the personal conduct policy." And so it is the personal conduct policy. And Mike Kliss adds to that the personal conduct policy has a baseline suspension for domestic violence matters at 6 games, and then goes into the language on that as well. We thought yesterday he might get a game, might get 2 games. Mike's now saying, baseline is 6 games, and he's in court here in about 8 minutes. Second arrest. You and I, we're not trying to speculate too much, but it's only fair to wonder if Jonathan Cooper can continue to play for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, he's put the Broncos in a tough situation, and he's put himself in a really bad situation. So, the last 2 Thursday nights he has slept in the jail. And now you look at it, you got to, I think it's fair to speculate, on whether he will ever play another down for the Denver Broncos. And if he does, you're looking at missing him for, a minimum of 6 games,
Sounds
possibly.
Yep.
And that's not good. That's just not being smart at all. You're already in a bad situation with what happened a week ago, and the charges got upgraded yesterday to a felony, second-degree felony. Is that correct?
Correct. Strangulation.
Yes. And then you contact the other party. You're contacting the other party over and over and over again when you know you can't contact the other party. Now, that is just dumb. What are you doing? And so now you find yourself getting arrested again. So, yes, I think it's fair to speculate and to ask the question, will Jonathan Cooper ever play another down for the Denver Broncos or in the NFL? I don't know the answer to that question. Because, obviously we don't know how the outcome of the trial. But I think it's safe to say that we know that, it's pretty obvious that you can check phone logs and text messages that, he was trying to contact the other party.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty easy to determine that one. And you know that you can't do it. And you know that you were arrested a week ago. And you shouldn't be doing this stuff again. And you have the chance to get arrested again if you do contact the person, because that's not allowed. And you still do it.
And you and Mike Kliss had a back and forth about 45 minutes ago of, you were pretty adamant the Broncos could just cut him. They could just cut him if they don't want to deal with this anymore.
Yeah. Why can't you cut someone? If you want to cut him, you can cut anybody in the NFL at any given time, I would think. Cut guys all the time.
And there's got to be language in the contract that maybe you wouldn't be on the hook for the money.
Well, exactly. I don't know. Even if he gets found not guilty, it's still conduct detrimental to the team. I would assume that you getting arrested twice. You contacted a person you weren't supposed to contact.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's conduct detrimental to the team, and that's just a start. Teams can find. You've been arrested twice, so I think if they wanted to, they very easily could just release him and move on. It happens all the time.
Yep, and Jonathan Cooper due in court here in just a handful of minutes. Obviously, a developing situation we'll keep you posted on until 10, and then, of course, Dover and Cecil and The Drive and Denver Sports tonight. All right, Josh Kroenke hung out with Joe Sakic at the podium yesterday. Very rare appearance, him talking about his hockey team, the Avalanche. You'll hear some from Josh next.
Broncos country, Sean Payton is locked in. The head coach and the Broncos have agreed to a new 5-year deal through 2030, keeping him paired with GM George Payton for the long haul. With a shared vision, long-term leadership, and momentum building, are the Broncos setting the stage for a championship run. Denver Sports, 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 50 years, and they got some great upcoming auctions. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free, it's easy, it's open to the public. Best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items, cool, unique items that you're not going to find anywhere else. Got an auction that's open for bidding right now with over 600 items in it. It's got a restaurant equipment auction. This is an awesome auction. You're talking about got a double stack gas convection oven on casters. Also got a really cool Traeger 3-tier barbecue towable smoker. That thing is awesome. I've never seen one like it. Stainless door reach-in freezers and refrigerators. Really cool, big, huge espresso machine if you love coffee like I do. Like I said, this auction is awesome. Got over 600 items in it. Restaurant equipment. It will be ending Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so you still got a few days before it ends. This is what I love about Roller Auction, is they're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. So go see it all and get yourself one of those great deals only at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Lame excuses. This wasn't worthy of the big board of BS. This was just a mistake on my part.
Armchair therapy.
You feel like you're on edge a little bit today. You in a bad mood? You have a good day?
No,
good
I'm
night
fine.
last night?
I'm fine.
And grace under pressure.
You know what? Maybe you should do a little research while you're here. That way you can write your next book about a small town.
That's pretty, I can't remember what I was supposed to say.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
8:30 on this Friday morning. It's Will Peterson in for Mike Evans, hanging out with Brandon Stokley. We are definitely keeping you posted on all the Jonathan Cooper news. Arrested once again, due in court any moment. 6 new charges in the last 24 hours for Jonathan Cooper, including a felony charge and a harassment charge for contacting the alleged victim. 2 nights in jail for Jonathan Cooper in the last 8 days. Not going to harp on it, but just want to let people know we are all over it, and as soon as we know more, you'll continue to know more. Stoke, what was your reaction? And I know you were playing 100 holes of golf yesterday, so you weren't, checking your email every second or checking your text. But how surprising was it that at 10:40, the Colorado Avalanche announced, oh, by the way, Josh Kroenke's joining Joe Sakic at this big end-of-season press conference. That's going to catch your attention when that comes out an hour and 20 minutes before the interview goes down.
Yeah, that was odd to hear because the whole time it was just going to be Joe. So I think that's great. Perfect. Both do it. Obviously, you had some changes with Chris McFarland now gone, and now, Bednar will be staying. And so I like the fact that Josh went up there with Joe.
Yeah, and I think it was support in some sense, right? Lots happened with the Avs over the last 3 weeks. Get embarrassingly swept by the Vegas Golden Knights. You lose your GM to Nashville to go become their president of hockey operations and general manager. And Joe was dealing with a horrible tragedy with someone extremely close to him. His teammate from the 1996 Cup champions, Claude Lemieux, tragically passed away, and Claude died by suicide, took his own life. And Joe and him were very tight. The press conference opened yesterday with some heartfelt words from Joe Sakic about Claude Lemieux. I definitely think that Josh felt like, I can't just leave Joe on an island. He lost his GM. His friend died. I own the Avs. And even though maybe the Avs aren't the highest on Josh's priority list, he felt like he needed to be there for Joe because Joe's going through a lot right now, both in the hockey world and not in the hockey world.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Obviously, that's not anything easy to go through, and that's a lot. A lot has happened here in the last few weeks when it comes to those types of things for Joe Sakic. So, yeah, I think that was probably a big part of it.
You want to hear something from Josh? Here he is talking about the Avalanche's season and how he views it.
I think I view it probably through a very similar lens as Joe. I think that, if you're just going to evaluate the last week of the season, obviously it was incredibly disappointing on a lot of levels. But if you're going to evaluate the season as a whole, there's a lot of positive. Our job is to kind of take a step back, look at everything with no emotion, or at least once the emotion of the season wears off, and figure out how we can strengthen going forward. There's a core group of players that have been with the organization for a long time, and I think those guys are still incredibly hungry. Our job, and I know Joe and his staff are going to be back at the table looking at how they can kind of improve the margins on the roster outside of kind of our core group, which I know, like I said, is leading this group and very disappointed in the way that it ended, but doesn't take away from a very strong regular season and one that we could continue to build on there.
So basically that the last week shouldn't be the defining factor for this team. He did say incredibly disappointing, but he's confident in this core. I struggle with this one, Stoke, because part of me is like, they won the President's Trophy. They got out of the second round. They beat Minnesota, who beat Dallas, who was your nemesis. But then the season just ended in a blur. It ended in a blink. I mean, Game 1 was on a Wednesday. Game 4 was on the following Tuesday, and your season was over. Do you like the fact that it feels like the Avs aren't overreacting to the sweep and aren't going to make big changes? Or do you wish maybe they were a little more ticked off and said, this isn't acceptable, and we're going to fire our head coach and maybe make a big trade because we've got to shake this thing up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the right approach, what they're doing. Because fans, what do we, fire this guy, change this, trade this, do that. They did have a lot of success. And it did end very poorly. Obviously, your number one goal, and especially for the Avs, and it's a real goal, is to win it all.
Mm-hmm.
And they had so much success and played so well during the regular season and through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. We can't forget that.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're a terrible team, and so you don't want to all of a sudden. You don't want to. You can go backwards here. We can get worse. So you don't want to do that, obviously. And so their approach, I don't mind their approach. I thought they should move on from Jared Bednar. I thought it would be best for both parties. But I think he's a good coach, so I'm not upset that they're not moving on from Bednar. And at the same time, I think they will make a few moves here. Like you mentioned earlier, you're close up against the cap. You're going to have to probably move a guy or two to try to get some more cap flexibility moving forward. But they're still going to have a really good hockey team next year.
Yeah, and Josh Kroenke on why they're keeping Jared Bednar?
I think he has absolute belief for the dressing room.
2-second answer, absolute belief of the dressing room. We've got some Cooper news that is hard to stomach. This is updated from the affidavit obtained by the Denver Post, Luca Evans, in just the last couple of minutes. From Luca, a nurse who evaluated Jonathan Cooper's girlfriend after the original altercation wrote that she sustained a substantial risk of death and strangulation with hypoxia. So a nurse that evaluated the girlfriend is now saying that Jonathan Cooper could have killed his girlfriend. She faced a substantial risk of death, strangulation with hypoxia.
Well, hence the new charges, right, that got brought yesterday before he got arrested the second time. So
that was
that's
upgraded to a felony for strangulation.
Yes. So an upgrade on the charges to a second-degree felony. And that, I guess this is probably why those charges got upgraded. It's hard to give Jonathan Cooper the benefit of the doubt right now for me. I can't do it anymore. Whereas before, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, and because both parties did get arrested, and I don't know what happened. And now he got arrested again, and you know you can't contact the other party, so you put yourself in a terrible situation. So how do I give you the benefit of the doubt now?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like, right now, every, 30 minutes, we're getting new news. Every day we're getting new news, and none of it is any good for the Denver Broncos or for Jonathan Cooper.
No, and you've got a medical professional saying that he could have killed her, a substantial risk of death. That is extremely damning. Again, it's innocent until proven guilty. These are charges as of now. He has not been convicted of any crimes, but he did just spend a second night in jail. And this digging in these court documents, like you said, it just keeps getting worse and worse. And this is by far the worst thing we have heard, that, again, a nurse who is just doing a medical evaluation says he could have strangled her and killed her.
Yes, and so the charges got upgraded, and then he was contacting the other party, and that's why he got arrested again. All that within, 12 hours, 24 hours of each other.
Yeah.
And he spent the last 2 Thursday nights in a jail cell. So I think it's fair to say that and speculate, will Jonathan Cooper ever play another down for the Denver Broncos or in the NFL?
I don't know if Jonathan Cooper's going to be on the team by the end of the day.
Well, that's what I brought up to Mike Kliss, and he gave me pushback on it. But, I don't know. I don't know what their approach is going to be here. Do they let it play out? Do they just move on from Jonathan Cooper? Obviously, it's a situation where you're talking about a really good football player, a guy that's done a lot of really good things. So how much do you put up with if you're the Denver Broncos? They've, over the last few years with Sean Payton, he had quotes talking about, they have done a great job of staying out of these types of situations. So Jonathan Cooper is not doing himself any favors here by these other charges and by what he did yesterday and getting rearrested. So do the Broncos' stance on this change moving forward and just say, you know what, we're just moving on? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't either. Again, the Broncos are disappointed in the arrest. Last week they were gathering facts. This week they're disappointed in the second arrest of Jonathan Cooper, who a nurse said this is a nurse, again, allegations, but she's a medical professional, that he had a substantial risk of death based on strangulation with hypoxia on his girlfriend. All right, we'll keep it rolling.
Sean, I'm reading comments from him yesterday, I think, and, talking about they had a long visit with Jonathan Cooper, and they're going to, let's see how this process plays out, right? I mean, now, you just had a long visit with him and talked about all this, and then within 4 or 5 more days or whatever it was, he goes out and gets arrested again.
Yeah, and those comments from Sean were before the second arrest and all these new all this new information that is being revealed. All right, we'll keep it rolling next.
With recent revelations about the Broncos' new stadium options, is there reason to worry that a deal could be in jeopardy?
I still think it's more likely that they build on Burnham Yard. It's less likely that it remains on the timeline.
Okay.
And I'll just tell you, and I've mentioned this before, the Lone Tree thing isn't dead. The Lone Tree thing is not dead. There is a reason why this is still being called the preferred site and not this is definitely happening.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Recently talked to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market. Over these last couple of years, gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to price declining, something people haven't seen in quite some time here in Denver, Colorado. So if you're thinking about selling your house right now, is the time to do it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. Can't sell your house at the price you guys agree upon, on the timeline that you guys agree upon. He's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, nobody else makes that offer. Troy makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. If you have a house, Troy probably has that perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and call him. 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the absolute most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
The game started. Call your dad.
I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey. Goal!
Here, shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Life app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans not for extended international use, you must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Smart homeowners know that proper maintenance of their home's AC can save a bundle in the long run. Trust our comfort specialists at 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning to keep your AC running strong. A proactive tune-up can actually help your AC run more efficiently and save you money on your electric bill. Call 855-1-HOUR or visit onehourair.com. We won't leave you waiting. Sing it with me.
Always on time, or you don't pay time. Always on time, or you don't pay time.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Reclaim your freedom to move, explore, and live life on your own terms. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, Regen RX's natural stem cell or PRP therapy sets you free, using your body's own natural ability to heal. Regain the freedom you've been missing. Get your totally free consultation today and see if it's the right move for you. Give my friends at RegenRx a call today at 303-630-9770 or visit them at regenrx.co. That's regenrx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Job shaving.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Alrighty, so Jonathan Cooper is in a Douglas County courthouse right now, scheduled to be at 8:30. We don't have updates yet on that hearing, but Jonathan Cooper arrested a second time last night, a second Thursday night he has spent in jail, facing 6 new charges. One is a felony strangulation charge, another a harassment charge for contacting the alleged victim in this case. A nurse who evaluated Cooper's girlfriend after the original altercation wrote that she sustained a substantial risk of death and strangulation with hypoxia. The Broncos have released a statement that they're disappointed to learn of another arrest of Jonathan Cooper. Stoke, I pulled up the numbers during the break. 4-year, $60 million deal for Jonathan Cooper. If you cut him, it would be an $18.29 million dead cap hit for the Broncos. We're definitely sensitive to this situation. Domestic violence is very, very, very serious. There is a football portion of this as well. The Broncos are going to play the Chiefs in Arrowhead week 1 with or without Jonathan Cooper. And we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen, but it has reached the point where cutting him has entered the conversation. It's what immediately entered your mind. It's what immediately entered my mind. And again, if you cut him, we don't know the contract with cause, detrimental to the team, et cetera, et cetera. But you just came through on an $85 million dead cap hit with Russell Wilson. It was fine. That's off the books. You could, in theory, absorb fairly easily an $18.29 million dead cap hit with Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's even in the conversation for the Denver Broncos. Whether they can what are they going to do if they have to take a $18 million cap hit? They'll figure it out. It's very easy. These guys are smart. They're cap guy, Rich Hurtada. Did I say that right?
Hurtada. Rich Hurtada.
Hurtada,
yep.
Yes. A very smart guy, obviously, knows what he's doing. And, you can figure out different ways to absorb that type of cap hit. They've done it with Russ, to your point. And so if that's the situation, that's the situation. I don't think it plays a factor in whether they cut him or not.
Exactly.
I think it's the facts of the case and whether they want to continue to stick behind him and stay behind him and support him, or if it's just time to move on. He has put the Broncos in a terrible situation, getting arrested a second time within a week. That's the last thing the Denver Broncos want to deal with heading into minicamp, heading into the football season. And then you get more news, different news that you just brought up. The charges got upgraded from the first incident. And then you get the news of why the charges got upgraded because of what the nurse who, I guess, did the exam.
Evaluated the girlfriend.
And, came out with the report of strangulation and close to death.
Mm-hmm. Substantial risk of death was how the medical report read.
Which is obviously not good. And then following that up, you go out and you're contacting the victim, quote-unquote victim, the other party in this case, when you know that you can't be doing that, so you get rearrested. How much do the Broncos put up with here? And and let this play out before they just say, enough's enough. We're out. And release Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, and we'll keep you posted because I got to imagine that at this very moment, Greg Penner and George Payton and Sean Payton are all in contact. They're certainly monitoring what is happening in court this morning, and this has become, for a day that yesterday was supposed to be about celebration because Sean Payton got a new 5-year deal, this has now become the number one story surrounding the Broncos. You go to ESPN.com, the number one sports website in this country. It is the top story on ESPN.com that Jonathan Cooper has been arrested a second time. So for all the texters out there, why are you spending time on this? Why are you talking about this? We're just reporting the facts. We're just passing along the facts. And this is a huge story, not only locally, but nationally as well. It is the biggest story in the NFL currently going.
Yeah, it's a huge story, obviously. And you're right, Will. You know, you had the great news yesterday of, and y'all told me after, because, like, when I'm golfing, I played 100 holes yesterday. When I'm golfing, I kind of, and my wife knows, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, got my music on a little bit low music, and I'm out there. I'm away from the world. I don't like to check my text messages and my emails and stuff like that. Right? I'm playing golf. I'm in the moment, and I want to enjoy it. And so I didn't see any of the news. Didn't hear anything about it until afterwards. You're like, what, did you hear the news? I'm like, no. Sean Payton got an extension. I'm like, that's awesome. That was great news. A lot of positivity surrounding the Denver Broncos. We haven't seen guys get in trouble, it feels like, in forever for the Denver Broncos. Nothing like this situation. And they've done such a great job of finding the right guys and having the right guys in the locker room. Doesn't mean you're not going to have situations that come up, obviously. But, man, they have been out of the news when it comes to these types of situations. And you have so much positivity and optimism going into this football season, heading into training camp. And, the talk about Bo Nix getting healthy and returning next week. Sean Payton signing the extension. George Payton signing the extension. So much optimism going into this year, coming off of an AFC Championship game appearance last year, hosting it, which is still amazing to me that the Broncos were the number one AFC seed last year.
Crazy. Had to win 2 home games to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you won one, and you probably would have won the next if your QB hadn't broken his ankle.
I would have liked our chances. And now you have this situation, which is not good, on so many different levels. On so many different levels. Like you said, domestic violence, that's just terrible right there to start with. And then you get the news of, the strangulation stuff and what the nurse said. And then a week later, you're contacting the person when you know that you can't be contacting the person? I mean, how dumb is that? So how can I give Jonathan Cooper the benefit of the doubt now? I can't.
Very serious situation, very disappointing situation, something the Broncos have echoed. The NFL says they're monitoring these developments, and if we have any information from what happened in court between now and 10 a.m., we'll certainly pass it along. All right, we'll try to keep it a little lighter. We'll have some fun with some trivia next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, I see, guys. I hear what you're doing. All these so-called solutions to stopping your hair loss. You've probably tried some of them without much success. Well, there is a way to get your hair back, same way I did, and that's with Advanced Hair Restoration. They do a quick and easy 1-day hair loss solution that's completely all natural, using your own hair, put exactly where you want it. Your own hair starts regrowing the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow. No magic, no gimmicks, just real science, the latest technology, and legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls and her all-star team. It was Dr. Pauls who did my hair 20 years ago. You could not be in better hands. Back then, I had basically accepted my receding hairline was there to stay and would only get worse. And I was skeptical about whether or not this would work, but I agreed to do it, and man, am I glad I did. My hair came back, continues to grow 2 decades later. For a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Call 720-459-HAIR and advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Colorado Fat Loss. If you're thinking about GLP-1s, stop right now. Are you prepared to spend thousands of dollars a year plus stay on the medication long term despite the fact that there are side effects and most people who get off commonly regain their weight? How about a doctor-developed program that helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safe and naturally without injections, synthetic hormones, or long-term dependence? Guys, I'm telling you, I went on the program, 7 weeks, lost over 30 pounds. Guys, and I have kept it off. It has been so easy because they use real food that you buy at your grocery store to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings, and help you burn fat. Guys, plus the app, I love it. You also connect it to a nutritionist. You can get to them anytime. You load up and you chart everything that you eat, your daily weight, all those things, and the weight just comes off. Guys, for a free consultation, all you have to do is reach out to them. If you want safe, affordable, and sustainable alternative to weight loss injections, go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like an electric heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money installing a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. All in one comfort, all in one package.
Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling off a 3-story building. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Click it or ticket. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. modern nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree?
Lanya.
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tired of mouse nuts.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her
Final hour here on a Friday. Jonathan Cooper, Broncos outside linebacker, arrested again last night, taken into custody, spent the night in jail, facing new charges for harassment, contacting the other party in this case, due in court a half hour ago. As far as we know, that court session is still going on. And, Stoke, it's not a good situation at all. Second Friday in a row, we're talking about Jonathan Cooper being arrested. He was at OTAs last week. He was at OTAs once again yesterday. And both times he left OTAs and eventually made his way to jail. We'll keep you abreast. We'll keep you posted. It just, unfortunately, since about 7:30 on, this has dominated the morning, and it's a major headline, not just in Denver, but across the entire sports world. Biggest story going in the NFL.
Yeah, not good. Not a good situation for anyone involved. So, we'll keep you updated on any updates. And like you said, he's, in the courthouse now.
Correct.
And so if anything happens, we'll keep you up to date on any breaking news here.
Yep, absolutely. All right, it is a Friday, though. It is 9 o'clock on a Friday, and we play trivia on Fridays. Here we go, Ty.
Soccer question for you guys. How many different teams have won the World Cup? Is it 6, 8, 10, or 13?
6, 8, 10, or 13
How many
countries.
different teams?
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's 8.
Wow. Johnny Whiplash. Why?
Uruguay, Brazil, England, France, Spain, Germany, Argentina. And there's got to be one more I'm forgetting. That's 7.
Yeah, if you get to 7, that rules out 6. So we're down to 8, 10, and 13. Good job. How long has the World Cup been around for?
Golly, I would think it would have been like, I thought the answer would be whatever the most he says, like 13. But
because it's a tournament that's played every 4 years. Say it's been around 100 years. That's 25 different winners. But obviously you have countries that have won it multiple times.
Sure.
I mean, you could tell me Brazil's won it, 5 times? I don't know the answer to that question. But you've had multiple repeat champions. John, I'll take your word on it. 8 feels low, I'm not going to lie. Only 8 countries in the history of this tournament have ever won it?
I'm sure back in the day, though, like even if it's been around for 100 years, back in the day, there probably wasn't that many countries that played in it. Am I...
No,
off
you're
on
not
that?
wrong. I mean, we got 48 teams in this thing right now. I bet the first World Cup was, 8 teams?
Right.
Whoever...
And it probably was that way for a little bit. Mm-hmm. And so you probably had a bunch of repeat winners. Does anyone know who has won it the most?
My gut was Brazil.
Brazil?
But I don't know that
Yeah.
for the record.
I don't know the answer. I was just asking. I thought maybe someone knew that one.
Well, we
Ty?
know the
AI?
U.S. has never won it. Ty, you got anything for us on this? You a soccer guy?
Nah, not a soccer guy.
Then do we just go with John? Because I don't have any sort of gut instinct. I think we ruled out 6. I think it's 8, 10, or 13. 13 would feel like a lot. I think we're down to 8 and 10.
Look, Johnny Whiplash doesn't usually speak up so quickly.
Yeah,
and
if
for him
anyone's
to
the soccer-
just
If anyone's the soccer guy on the show, it's him.
blurt it out like that quick. All right.
And then he rattled off 7 champions. So we're just
Yeah.
missing an 8th. John, you want to lock it in?
That's what I'm going with, is 8.
All right, sounds good. We will send in our
nervous.
first answer. 8 different countries have won the World Cup at least once.
The correct answer is 8.
Oh,
Hey!
Johnny Whiplash, baby! Oh, my goodness. He just gave the kiss and pointed up. Oh, I love it.
We are off to a 1-0 start. Well done, John.
Wow.
I would not have gotten that.
I wouldn't either. Like I said, I would have been – I'm with you. I would have said at least 10 or 13. It's got to be one of those two. So that was a good question because it's a little bit tricky because you would think it would be a lot of countries.
Yeah, think about that. In the history of that tournament, Only 8 teams have lifted the trophy. We'll see if we get a 9th this time around. Let's go ahead and hit question number 2, Ty.
All right, fellas, here is a Denver Broncos question for you. What is the name of the player who was a 3rd-round pick for the Denver Broncos in 2017, the 82nd overall pick that played wide receiver, came out of Louisiana Tech, and never caught a pass for the Broncos?
It's Louisiana Tech.
I know. Goodness gracious. He wasn't the brightest guy, I can tell you that, too. I remember.
I've got 2 names that are coming to mind.
Okay, give them to me. I can tell you yes or no, because once you say it, I'll know it.
Was there a Brendan Langley?
Nope, that's not him. He was Western Kentucky.
Okay, but I'm in the ballpark.
Yes, you are.
And was there a Carlos?
I think
Henderson?
that's the one. Yeah.
Henderson?
Was it Carlos Henderson?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Henderson was his last name.
That is it. Great job.
Thank you.
Man.
I'm proud of that pull.
Yes.
Because I remember they took Langley and Henderson.
Yeah.
Both were from, I'm not disrespecting Louisiana here, but both were from quote-unquote smaller schools.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, ooh, they found these gems that all these other teams overlooked. Langley and Henderson never did squat in Broncos uniforms.
No, that's crazy. That guy never caught a pass for the Broncos. I think he ended up getting arrested and they just cut him. Something like that. Was not a good situation. Yeah, that was a couple bad picks, but especially the Carlos Henderson one.
And I believe Zach just said in that question 82? I mean, that's not taking a flyer in the 7th round. 82, that's a premium spot. Like, you expect production out of dudes that are taking it 82.
And you don't catch one pass?
One.
Not one.
What were you taking?
I think 105.
Okay.
Right, early 4th.
So this dude was
Early
taken
4th.
ahead of you.
Yeah.
And I filled out my immaculate grid this morning. You ever do immaculate grid?
Oh, is that the one where, like, who played with this guy and that guy on this, something like that? Is that my okay, yeah, my son plays it.
So my immaculate grid this morning was I needed a wide receiver from the Baltimore Ravens who had 5,000-plus yards receiving in their career.
I didn't have 5,000.
Yeah, you did.
I did. Oh, gosh.
I typed in Brandon Stokley. I'm showing you now.
Oh, wow.
0.4% of the recipients had Brandon Stokley.
Oh, wow. I don't even know how many yards I had.
You didn't know you had 5,000 yards in your career? I use you all the time for this. I use you for the Colts. I use you for the Seahawks. And I throw you in for the New York Giants because you qualify.
Right.
You qualify.
Oh, my goodness.
Whenever I get a Seahawk and a Raven, I do Brandon Stokley. Whenever I get a Texan and a Dolphin, I do Philip Lindsay. Commander and a Bronco, Mark Schlereth.
Wow.
You guys are checking a lot of boxes for me. We'll go ahead and lock in Carlos Henderson was the 3rd-round pick in 2017.
The correct answer is Carlos Henderson.
Great job, Will. Great. I guarantee you, Evans and Schlereth, no chance. No chance for those two ding-dongs to get that answer. So blessed and so grateful that you're filling in today.
I'm happy to be here, happy to help. I've not had a good track record on trivia on either show the last couple months. So the fact we are 2-0 is certainly encouraging.
And the fact that Mark and Mike didn't show today. And I played 100 holes of golf, and everything hurts. Everything does today. My ankles, my feet are just sore. You know what else hurts? Fingers.
Gripping that club
yes.
so much.
Fingers, you start getting blisters. And both of those guys didn't show up today. And here I am. So I appreciate you filling in and delivering in trivia.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. You are a trooper being here after 100 holes of golf. I know Zach's doing a show up in North Glen today for the Brouhaha.
They got the Brouhaha.
Correct.
In North Glen.
And I know last year, let's just say he struggled to make a 2 p.m. show. I think he should be in better shape this time around.
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay.
Yes, that hopefully is what happens.
All right. Well, we are 2-0, fellas.
He slept at my house last year.
Yeah, did he sleep at your house last night?
Nope.
He made his way home this time?
Yep.
I'm sure Ashley was thrilled to see Zach not going, hey, get 2 kids ready for school. Good luck. We'll see if we can go 4-0 in trivia coming up next.
Is Evan Ingram playing for more than just a Super Bowl in 2026?
This guy not only playing for maybe the future of his time in Denver, I mean, at this point on the side of 30 that he's on, if he doesn't show something this year, who wants Evan Ingram? I think Evan Ingram might be playing for his NFL life this season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 50 years, and they got some great upcoming auctions. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free, it's easy, it's open to the public. Best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items, cool, unique items that you're not going to find anywhere else. Got an auction that's open for bidding right now with over 600 items in it. It's got a restaurant equipment auction. This is an awesome auction. You're talking about got a double-stacked gas convection oven on casters. Also got a really cool Traeger 3-tier barbecue towable smoker. That thing is awesome. I've never seen one like it. Stainless door reach-in freezers and refrigerators. Really cool, big, huge espresso machine if you love coffee like I do. Like I said, this auction is awesome. Got over 600 items in it. Restaurant equipment. It will be ending Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so you still got a few days before it ends. This is what I love about Roller Auction, is they're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. So go see it all and get yourself one of those great deals only at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Perfect grammar.
Well, what is it?
Lululemon.
Lululemon. I thought there's a Lulumon. I look at Lululemon,
yeah,
and I see Lulumon. I'm not gonna lie.
Relentless ambition.
If I don't get Mike and I sold, maybe it's Mike that's holding me back. Is it what you're saying?
I think maybe he might be the anchor.
And lots of empathy.
He went on a hunger strike, and it's not funny, Mike. The dog almost died, and you're laughing.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We are off to a 2-0 start in trivia. John Simmer telling us how many teams have won the World Cup ever. That was 8. Myself pulling Carlos Henderson as a disappointing 2017 third-round draft pick for the Broncos.
I got Henderson.
And I think Johnny chimed in with Henderson, too.
Yeah.
But I told you there was 2, and I knew one guy was named Brendan Langley. I knew the other guy was named Carlos, and yes, you did chime in with Henderson.
But, yes, you did deliver.
And Jeopardy style, if you say, what is Carlos, that's not enough. If you say, what is Henderson, that's enough. They will accept last names. They will not accept first names. So I do owe you credit. We needed to get the last name. Just Carlos would not have been enough.
I think it would have been.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
What if the guy's name was Joe, and we
Carlos.
said, what is Joe?
I think it would have been okay.
Okay. We would have let them
Nice
judge.
job, because no one else here was going to know that. And my other 2 ding-dongs that are my partners, they definitely wouldn't have known that. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the young man it didn't work out, but he is the definition of a footnote in Denver Broncos history. Did not catch a single pass after being a third-round pick.
Wow. That's a big swing and miss.
Well, you talk about John Elway having some rough drafts. That was one of his rougher ones.
Yeah, look, you're not going to bat 1,000 drafting, right? But you try to avoid the whiffs. Like, that was a complete whiff.
And people wonder, why was the franchise so bad after Super Bowl 50? Picks like that, not doing them any favors. All right, we're 2-0. We're going to try to go 4-0. Ty, let's get this rolling once again with question number 3.
NBA question for you guys. There are 2 starters in this year's NBA Finals that were not born in the U.S. Victor Wembanyama is one. Who is the other?
All right, so you got 2 starters in the NBA Finals that are not American. Wemby from France is one. So on the Spurs, you've got Castle, you've got Champagny, you've got Vassell, you've obviously got Wemby.
Fox, is he starting? De'Aaron?
Yep, the guy who blew Game 3.
I mean, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Like, you're throwing the ball all over the place, and then why are you even trying to make a layup? Just dribble, keep going.
Insane.
And don't try the shot because, bad things can happen. You just saw Josh Hart miss a 1-footer, and, things can happen. Make them foul you. Just what a terrible move by him.
And that's the vet on the team.
Right.
That's
exactly.
the vet.
Yes.
Did it remind you? Fun fact. Remember the bubble? Torrey Craig did the same thing in a Game 7 for the Nuggets. Tried to take a layup against the Jazz.
That's right.
And Mike Conley went in and out at the buzzer.
Yep.
In and out at the buzzer to end the Nuggets season. They come back from 3-1, and then the next round, they play the Clippers, come back from 3-1 again, go to the Western Conference Finals, came this close to having their season end in the first round. I named the Spurs starters. Knicks starters would obviously be Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, and I'm missing one more. So my mind went to Anunoby, but I think it only went there because he played for the Toronto Raptors. Is he Canadian? I don't know. Playing for the Raptors obviously doesn't make you Canadian, but I think that's why my mind went there. Champagny is a unique last name.
Sounds like a little bit of French.
Champagne.
Parlez-vous français?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oui.
Cat's American. Jalen Brunson's American. I believe Josh Hart's an American. I think De'Aaron Fox is an American. Vassell, Castle, I think Americans.
I don't. Like, something with De'Aaron Fox makes me think, is he from Canada?
He's a high-profile enough player, I feel like we would have heard about him because we followed Team Canada with Jamal Murray, and they play the same position. Don't you feel like we would have been, he got bench for De'Aaron Fox, and he's out there with SGA. I don't remember having those conversations.
Yeah.
Fellas, we've tossed out a ton of names. You guys have a gut on this?
No, your kind of line of thinking was exactly how I lined up, Will, with Anunoby and then Champagne or whatever his last name is.
Champagny?
You sound like me over there, Whiplash.
Champagne. Ty, you got anything for us?
No, I'm lined up with you guys. It's either of those guys. I'll flip a coin.
So you think we can rule it down to Champagny and OG Anunoby?
Yeah, because the other one would be Mikal Bridges is the name you didn't mention.
Good point. Yep, that's the 5th starter for the Knicks. Good job. But I think Mikal Bridges is from America.
Yeah, I think he's like from that tri-state area.
Stoke, it's your show. You want to go Champagne? You want to go Anunoby? I've got a gut.
Doesn't it seem like OG? I'm not going to even try to pronounce the last name because I'm going to screw it up. You're all over it.
Dude had a very famous tip in the other night, like one of the biggest shots in NBA history.
Right. I mean, that seems like it's the obvious choice. Like too obvious, right? Where it's just like, look at his last name. You would think that he's not from here, right?
OG Anunoby.
Anunoby.
There you go.
That guy? Yeah.
Could it be like a curveball, though? Could it be Devin Vassell?
100% it could. Right.
But there's not an obvious one. There's not a guy like, oh, I remember him in the Olympics for Argentina or Australia or Spain. You know, it's not like it's Pau Gasol out there. Oh, yeah,
Right.
it's Pau Gasol.
Right. It's a good question. Go ahead, buddy.
We're gonna go ahead and lock in OG Anunoby as our final answer to try to go 3-0.
The correct answer is OG Anunoby.
Look at you. Man, look at you, Will. Wow. Again, just blessed to have you on the show today, bud.
I appreciate it.
Just
Again,
blessed.
I had
Because, like I said, Ding and Dong, Dumb and Dumber, Mark and Mike, 0% chance we get that.
OG Anunoby, I'm Googling after the fact for the record, OG Anunoby was born in Harlesden, London, England.
Oh.
Rule Britannia.
Wow.
To Nigerian parents. He moved to the United States with his family at the age of 4 and was raised in Jefferson City, Missouri, where he grew up playing high school basketball.
All right.
There we go.
Let's go finish it off strong.
See if we can get this curveball to go 4-0.
All right, guys, for your curveball question. In the movie Pulp Fiction, there's an iconic scene in which John Travolta's character wears a shirt of a real college with the mascot of a banana slug. What college is on the shirt and has the real mascot of the banana slugs?
Santa Monica College. It's Santa Monica.
Ooh.
Let's go.
So what was the question again? What?
So in Pulp Fiction, John Travolta's character wears a college T-shirt of a real college, and it was like of the banana slugs.
And so the question is just what college it was? That's it?
What real college was it?
Okay. Look at, you said Santa Monica?
Yeah, I'm sure it's Santa Monica.
Yeah. Wow.
I love it. It's a fun question. I'm going to get crushed for this. I've never seen Pulp Fiction.
Neither have I.
Have you?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
I know.
Wasn't that like iconic for your
Right.
generation?
Yeah. I just one of those I didn't see and never saw, and yeah, I thought I was an outlier though.
So 3 of the 4 of us have never seen the movie.
Right.
And Ty saves the day. Santa Monica?
This is where he shines, you know. On these questions, this is just where he shines. I feel like I've just been like a good partner today. Almost like I was caddying. You know, when I'm caddying for Payton, I just try to pump him up, get him going. You know, just a sidekick. That was like me today in trivia.
How was the memorial with Payton, by the way? Because the Broncos released a big old video following him around. We never got to see you, but we did hear your voice in the background talking about, I don't know if you've been filled in on this.
Yeah.
Talking about altitude and how
Right.
he needed to adjust the club because it was 145 at altitude, but more like 160 at sea level.
Yeah. And then he tried to make fun of me. I'm like, you asking me a question, I'm trying to help you out here, and then you take a shot at me? You know, he said something like, that's a lot of math for someone that went to college in Louisiana or Louisiana Lafayette. I'm like, wow. All right. Do your own damn math next time. I'm out.
Did you see how much love he got on that broadcast, by the way? Like, Jim Nance was, time and time again, Payton shot under par in that Pro-Am?
Right. Oh, did he?
That's what they said on the CBS broadcast. You were right next to him. Is that accurate information?
I'm just going to keep our business to ourselves.
Well, it's not really your business because
It is.
there was TV cameras. No, it's not like you went and played a private round with him. This was a public setting. There were fans.
Then everyone can figure it out, I guess.
You think we got shot tracked to count Payton's score?
Right. Do you think that Peyton Manning shot under par at the Memorial?
That's what Jim Nance told me last weekend.
Yeah. Okay. I think sometimes things aren't what they seem, and people play jokes on people.
Ooh.
There's jokes.
Brandon Stokley breaking a little news here.
See what you're doing to me?
The
What are you
CBS
stopping?
golf broadcast maybe not accurate. A guy who's standing
they're
next to
accurate.
Payton.
They're accurate. They know what's going on, but sometimes, like I said, maybe someone's just playing around with someone else.
All right, so Ty, 100% Santa Monica.
All right, let's go 4-0, baby.
Whoa.
What?
Actually,
oh no.
Wait, what?
Is it? Maybe it's Santa Cruz.
Oh, damn.
baby.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
What prompted this
Wait, what
change of
happened?
heart?
I don't know, dude. And like it's.
Oh wow. Well, this is not what I want to hear going into. Well, we were already celebrating.
I mean, he's staring at the ceiling right now.
Right, we were celebrating. All right, just go with your gut, Ty.
I'm going to leave it to you, man. What do you want to lock in?
I'll go door number 2. I'll do Santa Cruz.
Whoa!
Wow.
The old don't trust your gut, like they say on the SAT.
Right.
A last-second change. We will lock in Santa Cruz to try to go 4-0.
Come on.
The correct answer is UC Santa Cruz.
Let's go! What a pull!
Wow. So what happened there, Ty?
You asked me if I was sure twice, and I started second guessing myself.
Oh wow.
Well, thank goodness you and I started telling stories about you with Payton.
Right.
Because we gave Ty a couple more minutes.
To think it over.
And the brain went, you got the
maybe
Santa part
right.
right. From Monica to Cruz to get us to 4-0. Well done, fellas.
Unbelievable.
A nice bounce back day in trivia. The drive, the best they can do this afternoon is tie us at 4-0. We'll be back coming up next.
Just how difficult will it be for the Broncos to repeat their 14-win success of last season?
I look at the AFC guys. I don't necessarily see a 14-win team in the AFC. I don't even know if I see a 13-win team in the AFC. But I see a bunch of 10 and 11-win teams in this AFC.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Spine One. If you live with back pain, neck pain, you're worried about surgery or taking all those habit-forming medications, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can start your journey toward pain-free just like I did. They're a phone call away. 303-367-2225 is the number. Same-day appointments. You can start today. 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care, exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. They're going to educate you on what's going on and then give you options to get you out of pain. Guys, they changed my life. I'm telling you what, I suffer with pain forever, and they're awesome, man. I was just in there a couple of weeks ago. Unbelievable, man. The great people over there, with the service that they provide. I'm back in the yard doing yard work again. I feel much, much better. Guys, check them out. That's 303-367-2225. Don't be checked out alive. Don't live that way any longer. Call my guys at Spine One, 303-367-BACK, or you can find them online at spine1.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Four and 0. What a way to wrap up the week. That feels good, Stoke. That feels good, man. Putting all the pressure on the drive.
Yeah, it's great. Great performance. Y'all dominated. I was just along for the ride. It was a fun ride, though.
So we got 8 teams have won the World Cup. We got Carlos Henderson. We got OG Anunoby. And we got Santa Cruz. Tie with that last-second switch up. I love it, man. Sometimes they say trust your gut, but sometimes you got to go the other direction.
Yeah, that was a great audible. Great audible by Ty.
All right, there was 3 huge headlines yesterday, Stoke, in the Denver sports world. Unfortunately, there's been a 4th one this morning with a second arrest of Jonathan Cooper as well. No new info to pass along on Cooper. We had Mike Kliss on. It's all over our YouTube if you want to go check out the latest on that. But what of the 3 headlines yesterday, in your eyes, was the biggest one? You've got a new 5-year deal for Sean Payton, rip up the old contract, and make him tied with George Payton and the Broncos through 2030. You've got Joe Sakic and Josh Kroenke explaining why Jared Bednar is back, although no new contract. Could come, could not. Didn't sound like a huge commitment from Joe Sakic, said everyone's under contract, including Jared. Or the third one, that Joe said Cale Makar is going to play his entire career with the Avalanche. Which of those 3, I'll give you the floor. You were playing 100 holes of golf, but which one? They're all big, don't get me wrong, but which one caught your attention the most?
The Sean Payton news. I think getting that done and having him and George Payton now with the same length of contracts, both 5-year contracts, I think is awesome. And if you didn't get it done, after this year, there would be speculation on what's going on, especially if Davis Webb performs at a high level. There would be talk about, should we just replace Sean Payton with Davis Webb? Well, that talk is gone now.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have that type of situation. So for me, it was that. And then second is the Josh and Joe talking about Jared Bednar, that situation. Then last is Cale Makar, because you can say whatever you want right now. No one knows what the future holds. So in 8 years, can Joe Sakic promise me that Cale Makar won't be playing anywhere else? I don't think he can. In 10 years, 12? Will he spend his last 2 years playing for someone else? I don't know that. I don't think Joe Sakic knows that for sure. I think what he's telling us, though, they're going to get a contract done and extension done here probably before the season. And he's going to be here for a long time, which is great news. But that's at the bottom of the list for me.
Here was Joe Sakic yesterday on how big of a priority Cale's extension is, and then he made the bold claim.
Pretty big. I mean, listen, Cale's going to finish his career here. We're already talked to his agent, so we're confident that something's going to get worked out at some point. He's got another year, but this summer we expect to have him signed.
Well, and like you said, this summer, Joe just said this summer as well. We all remember what happened 2 off seasons ago with Mikko Rantanen. Felt like it was going to get done in the summer. Didn't. Bled into the season. Reports said Mikko wanted 14. Avs were comfortable at 12. And Chris McFarland ultimately trades him. And he got back a great haul with Marty Necas and Jack Drury. But with all due respect to Mikko, Mikko's a very, very, very good player in the NHL. Cale is a great player in the NHL. You cannot let this get to the season and have any of that awkwardness or uncomfortable things. This, in my eyes, needs to be done in July or August. I'll set the deadline. Does August have 30 or 31 days? I don't know. But call it August 30th. I want this pen to paper signed.
Yeah, it sounds like it's their top priority. And so, yes, it sounds also like they've talked with his agent. And I'm sure once you get done with all of the off-season stuff here with the draft and things like that, then that's going to be priority 1, and they're going to get it done.
Joe Sakic, here's his answer. Listen very closely to this. He tells you a lot in the 30 seconds. How do you feel about Jared Bednar only having 1 year left on his deal when you are going to retain him?
There's a lot of people that are entering their last year of their contract. We haven't thought about right now. The priority is getting through the draft, free agency, trying to make our team as good as possible going into the summer. The rest of the stuff we push that down the line. We'll figure out later in the summer on all that stuff. But not. I don't think he's worried about it. He shouldn't be worried about it. The contracts will come in the contract.
What's a bigger deal there, the first 5 seconds or the last 5 seconds? The first 5, a lot of people entering the last year of their deal. Oh, okay, you're going to go make him prove it. Last 5, shouldn't be worried about it. Do you take more stock in the beginning of the answer? Hey, he's got to go win the cup or come awful close to get a new deal. We're just going to let this play out. Or the end of the answer, shouldn't be worried about it. We're not going to fire Jared Bednar.
Yeah, I think the beginning, I mean, hey, he might not be getting an extension. And that's just the way it's going to be. So there's a lot of people that work with 1 year left on their contract and don't get extensions. And that happens all the time. Maybe not to coaches, but players all the time. So, hey, go prove it. Or it could be a situation where, you know what, hey, we'll get it done at some point. We're not overly concerned about it. And, as we get through the offseason stuff, we'll get some type of extension done with him. So it will be interesting to see if they make that a priority and if they do get some kind of extension done with him or if they make him coach the last year of his deal. I don't like the fact that your coach is going to be coaching as a lame duck coach in the last year of his deal. But at the same time, guess what? You're probably lucky to still have a job and go prove it. Go prove it that you deserve an extension.
And if you don't, we may not have to fire you. We may just do we parted ways. The contract ran out. We're going to hire a new head coach. That could be a strategy for the Avs. Speaking of extensions, Sean Payton got his extension. He was asked about it yesterday.
I'm super appreciative of that opportunity. I said this to you guys earlier, that triangle of ownership, the Walton Penner Group, Kerry and Greg, and then George working with him. I've been spoiled because I had a real good experience in New Orleans with ownership and Mickey, and to go 2 for 2 with that is hard in our league. And so, I'm thankful they want me back, and we'll do everything we can to continue to keep winning.
You played in the NFL a long time. You played for a lot of different organizations. I'm sure you had some ownerships that you thought were great. Maybe you had some ownerships you didn't like quite as much. You hear Sean talk about it. He feels very fortunate that he's 2 for 2 working for great ownership groups both in New Orleans and in Denver.
Yeah, I mean, how cool would it be to work for the Denver Broncos? Your new stadium is going to be built. You got a brand new facility, maybe the best in the world.
Mm-hmm.
No exaggeration.
You were just over there the other day. You weren't in it yet.
Right. I haven't done all the research, but, top 5 facilities in the world, I'm sure. Sure of that. And you work for an ownership group that you have all the resources. They're very supportive. And great ownership group, obviously. Great culture. And you got a great partner in George Payton, if you're Sean. But, I mean, working for the Denver Broncos right now, and you live in a great state.
Correct.
Great weather overall. And, I mean, like, what's the negative right now if you are Sean Payton and you just signed a 5-year extension, or if you're anyone just working for the Denver Broncos in that organization? Really cool.
Yeah, no, I think Sean's like, do you want to sign me up through 2030? Boom. Where do I sign? And Stoke, we know he got $20 million a year on the first deal. Money hasn't come out on this new deal, but you went 14-3 last year, 8-9 3 years ago, 10-7, 14-3. Grass going in the right direction. You're trending up. We'll see if we get financials or not. But
speculate for me if you're Sean. What do you think?
25.
How much is that worth of a raise? 25. Perfect. Here you go. Bam.
I mean, it's a ton of money.
Yeah,
it's a ton of money.
So 5 years, 25. 5 years, what is that?
125. Yeah.
Wow.
And we don't know that. We're just guessing. Financials have not come out. But if he was making 20 before, you think he'd be worthy of a raise with this new deal. We are up against it. We've got to hit a break. And we've got some more Jonathan Cooper news on his arrest last night. It's not good, and we'll pass it along to you next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Spring dust, pollen, and debris clog Denver's ACs. Fix It 24/7 Spring AC Deep Clean removes buildup. First-time customers pay $39. Look now at fixmyhome.com before summer heat hits.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 104.3 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Forced surrender.
I tried. We tried. Didn't work. You have my permission. Have fun.
Opinion shaming.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way. And an occasional superiority complex.
You realize I'm doing a national broadcast, you morons.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Baby, Oh, I mean, that's one of my worst I've ever had there. Not a good performance by me. I was just off. Very off. Disappointed in myself there. Disappointed in my performance.
You tried it.
Yeah, just late, and then I was early. Way off. Kind of like my golf game's been. Just off. It happens. It happens sometimes.
Well, you play 100 holes. Your body needs a little bit of time to recover.
I'm going to give a quick shout out. Yes.
Of course.
I give a quick shout out here. Yeah, my hands are hurting. Ankles, feet, knees, back. But I got to give a quick shout out. Yesterday, we're driving around the golf course, like flying around, right? Going to, we keep crossing the road, going to hole 1, going to hole 10, just kind of all over the place. And one of the guys on the work crew out there, they were repairing the street, Lloyd. He looked at me and he yelled, and he was like, "Stokley, how many of those Stoke 14 balls have you lost today?" So I knew he was a big listener, right?
Sure.
And then so I proceeded to go over there and ended up giving him one of the Stoke 14 balls. And then he asked what the over-under on the cigar smoking was. I hit the under on that, by the way. I paced myself nicely. I was proud of myself. You have to pace yourself when you're out there for 10 hours.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Lloyd on the work crew over there, wherever. I don't know where Todd Creek is. What town is that?
Technically Thornton,
Okay,
Brighton area. Yep.
Great listener, and he's from Plaquemine, Louisiana. How about that? So shout out Plaquemine, Louisiana, my man Lloyd, who's a big-time listener to our show.
Yeah, you and Zach did an amazing job yesterday playing those 100 holes of golf for Recruiting Classroom. You guys raised nearly $13,000 combined. Both of you cracked the $6,000 mark, blowing your totals out of the water from a year ago. I know this show has talked about it. I know The Drive has talked about it. This is for a great cause. Goes to kids that want to play sports, maybe don't have the resources, the equipment, the coaching, the mentors, all that stuff. And $13,000 is a lot of money, and it's going to go to a lot of good causes. So well done for you two, and obviously the pain that your body is going through is worth it. All right, I said it before the break. We've got to pass this along as well as more and more information comes out. If you're just tuning in, Jonathan Cooper spent the night in jail again last night. He was arrested a second time. Late last night, it came out that he was now facing a felony strangulation charge for the initial incident involving him and his girlfriend, and then he was arrested. One of the big things was a harassment charge. Well, from Luca Evans of the Denver Post, this is in the last 10 minutes, new, according to the arrest affidavit obtained by the Denver Post from Jonathan Cooper's most recent arrest, so this is the one yesterday, Cooper's girlfriend told police he showed up to her apartment Thursday and knocked on her door for around 10 minutes. She called 911. He left, and he had sent her approximately 20 text messages earlier in the day. So clearly he's got some order of no contact. Not only is he sending 20 text messages, allegedly, he also, according to the girlfriend, showed up at the door, knocked for 10 minutes. She called 911, so he left.
Yeah, just a terrible situation. It's getting worse and worse. And he's put himself in a bad situation, obviously. He's put the Denver Broncos in a tough situation, and you feel bad for the other person involved in this situation. You know that you can't contact them, and if this is how you are behaving and this is how you're acting a week after getting arrested, then how can the Broncos trust you moving forward? You have to ask yourself, has he played this last down for the Denver Broncos, and will they just end up cutting him? I don't know how long you can stick behind someone like that when you get the news that the Broncos have gotten and the things that have happened in the last 24 hours. It goes from, I think misdemeanors to a second-degree felony. That's the charges that got upgraded yesterday. And then on top of that, he doesn't stay away from the other party. And he puts himself in this situation again. 1 week after, exactly 1 week after spending the night in jail, last Thursday, he spends this Thursday in jail again. This is not what you want if you're the Denver Broncos. You don't want to be having this type of distraction heading into the season, into training camp. So, obviously he's a starting outside linebacker for him. He's a big part of their defense. But, man, he has put them in a tough situation. And you have to speculate now, has Jonathan Cooper played his last down for the Denver Broncos and in the NFL? These are terrible charges against him. I can't give him the benefit of the doubt anymore. I just can't. If this is how you acted a week after the first incident, how can I give you the benefit of the doubt? I can't. So, it's just a terrible situation, and he's making it worse.
More from the arrest affidavit that is emerging that the Denver Post got their hands on. This is from the Parker Police Department. Quote, with Jonathan constantly trying to elicit a response from redacted, which he knows would violate a protection order, probable cause existed to arrest Jonathan. All of this information was provided to Parker Police Detective B. Wilson, at which time the Parker Police responded to Jonathan Cooper's residence and arrested him. Upon making contact with him at his front door, the strong odor of suspected marijuana emitted from his residence. Jonathan exited his residence and was placed into custody. However, prior to exiting, he made statements to the officers to the effect of that he did not have a protection order against him like the other party did, and he had not been served with a protection order. So Jonathan Cooper has the cops show up to his door, strong odor of marijuana emitted from the residence, and then tells the police, I did not have a protection order. The police say, yes, you did. You violated it, and you're now in handcuffs going back to jail. That's what happened last night, according to the arrest affidavit, after he had sent the female party in those 20 text messages and knocked on her door for 10 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, not good. And you look at comments from Sean Payton about this, I believe it was yesterday, and kind of saying what most teams say, and, it's a league matter, and they do a good job of handling these things. We'll let the process play out. But he also said they had a long visit with Coop, and if you had a long visit with this guy, and this is how he handles it a few days after that long visit, how can you trust him moving forward? I just don't know if the Denver Broncos can trust him. I think this thing will end unless we get new information's coming out by the minute.
I have some within the last
there
minute.
You go.
Via Luca Evans of the Denver Post. Jonathan Court is in court right now. The DA has proposed a bond of $5,000 given Cooper's violation of a protection order with his girlfriend. Cooper's attorney, Harvey Steinberg, countered that Cooper did not have a no-contact order. So his attorney is now backing the client, saying he didn't have a no-contact order. Steinberg said Cooper's team will fight out this issue in court and called Cooper's girlfriend fear of his messages plus showing up at her apartment sensationalism and hyperbole. He continues to argue there was no restraint on Cooper going to his girlfriend's house on Thursday. Again, a good lawyer is going to defend his client, and he is now calling these accusations sensationalism and hyperbole, but clearly the cops said a protection order was in place because they arrested Jonathan Cooper, something that Harvey Steinberg is now arguing was not in place real time in the courtroom at this moment.
Wow. Either there is one or there's not. There's no gray area, right?
Correct.
So it's either yes or no. I don't know how two people, Jonathan Cooper and his lawyer, say no, and the police say yes. You get arrested. You have to have a protection order in place.
Correct.
To arrest somebody for violating it, right? So, it's either yes or no. There is no, maybe, maybe not. And so that's very confusing in this situation. It's not anything that you can argue if you're Harvey and Jonathan Cooper that, we didn't, there's gray area here. No, there's not. So either there is or there isn't. So that's very confusing to me how you can fight it or how you can arrest somebody if there isn't one. And I think it's pretty easy to figure it out, isn't it?
Yeah.
It should be simple. But obviously, again, like we said, we don't know all the facts, and they're coming out, here. A lot is coming out in the last 24 hours, but none of it is good for Jonathan Cooper. Whether it is in place or not, you're going to her house and you're banging on her door for 10 minutes. You're sending her 20 text messages, and that person probably is not responding. That's what it seems like anyway. Not a good situation at all for Jonathan Cooper. As the day goes on, we'll be getting more facts, and I'm sure Cecil and Dover and Phil and Zach will be talking a lot about it as we move forward and get more facts.
Yeah, and anything from the Broncos that we've heard this morning was 2 hours ago. via Mike Kliss, quote, "We are disappointed to learn of Jonathan Cooper's arrest on Thursday and continue to review this matter." A stronger statement from the Denver Broncos than the one last week, which I don't blame the Broncos at all. Last week, they are strictly gathering facts. Today, they are disappointed in continuing to review the matter. Jonathan Cooper in court at this very moment with him and his attorney arguing he wasn't aware of the protection order and was allowed to go to the girlfriend's house. Clearly, the prosecutors in this case and the police feel differently because they put Jonathan Cooper in handcuffs, arrested him, and he spent the night in jail. Like you said, the other shows will keep you posted.
Appreciate you, Will.
Yeah,
Great job, man.
I mean,
God, it was so much fun. It's so relaxing on a Friday with you. I didn't have to deal with those two guys. And thank you, buddy. You did a great job.
I appreciate that. I certainly had fun. Wish we had better news on the Jonathan Cooper front. We don't. That will continue to keep being updated on the station throughout the day. Dover and Cecil coming up next.
Broncos country, Sean Payton is locked in. The head coach and the Broncos have agreed to a new 5-year deal through 2030, keeping him paired with GM George Payton for the long haul. With a shared vision, long-term leadership, and momentum building, are the Broncos setting the stage for a championship run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients, with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
From the FIFA